level. Crossfire Stars 2020 Grand Final. Today, the final journey to win the championship begins. Here stand the best Crossfire teams after a year of fierce and challenging competition. Number one team in Europe, aiming for the underdog rebellion, Lazarus. The driving force of the Chinese League sensation, the new dark horse of CFS 2020 Grand Final, Q9. These glorious members have united once again to reenact the CFS 2017 Championship. Super Valiant Gaming. Europe's most prestigious team, aiming to be the first European team to win the championship, Golden V. Stopping China's dominance and opening the Brazilian era, the Kingslayers, Black Dragons. And finally, the Crossfire Stars 2019 defending champions, aiming to bring home another victory, Vincent Gaming. Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to the 2020 CFS Grand Finals. I'm your host Ryan Disbeck, and today the best teams from around the world have gathered to compete for the championship trophy. All that awaits them is their arduous journey to that trophy. Who will be the one to write a new history? Crossfire Stars 2020 Grand Final begins now.
Your CFS Season 2 champion takes the trophy for Crossfire Stars.
Crossfire Stars 2015 champions.
It's a triple. Oh, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Vici Gaming will take it.
And it will be Super Valiant 2 years in a row, the champions of Crossfire Stars.
Finding two, it's down to the 2v1. Vienna, can he do it? He makes it happen! The golden round! And Black Dragons are your world champions here.
The 19 and the new Crossfire World Champions, Vincent Gaming!
Foi uma sensação maravilhosa de poder estar realizando meu sonho, que eu jogo há 7 anos.
Nós temos muita expectativa de vencer o campeonato, pois ganhamos todos os campeonatos no Brasil e nós queremos retornar com a glória no CFS 2020。
这次比赛对于我们来说是象征着正义，是复仇的局。因为巴西连续2年战胜了我们，夺得了 CFS 的世界冠军，所以这次赛事对于我们来说是象征着正义，是复仇的局。
I think it's going to be pretty tough. I respect both Chinese and Brazilian teams for their dominance in the past, but I don't care what happened in the past. We just try to win this one, and yeah, that's our main goal.
这次赛事对于我们的意义是一场机会，因为我们在这次中国赛区得到珍贵的名额，所以说我们也要把握这次很好的机会。
Selbst das größte und wichtigste Turnier im Jahr, deswegen ist es für uns sehr wichtig, gut abzuschneiden und unser Bestes zu geben.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals. I'm Tasus. Joined with me is G-Clef and Simon. This is an incredible moment here. We're in the midst of a pandemic, but we've had our players in quarantine for 2 weeks now. They've been waiting eagerly now to compete and decide who is going to be the 2020 champion. Now, Brazil, an emerging esports superpower, dominated in 2019. G-Clef, do you think we're going to see Brazilian dominance this time around, or is there a possibility of an upset?
I think Brazil is still one of the strongest regions out there, but China is looking for that sweet revenge. It might just be possible because these two teams from China are pretty strong, and you never know what's going to happen, especially when it comes to after 2 weeks of quarantine. Of course, they had the practice that for them that amount of time, but coming back into the Korea in the land position might not be the same story all over again.
And of course, Europe has been just phenomenal when it comes to FPS esports for over 2 decades. I mean, outside of Crossfire, which I think is continuing to grow within the European scene, Germany specifically, as well as the Nordic regions, have been such strong shooting game players in general. Do they stand a chance here, though, against China, Brazil, where this game is so much more popular?
I mean, it's going to be tough, but we have seen some solid performances from GV, from Lazarus, so hopefully this tournament they can make a name for themselves, come out, take out the Brazilian opponents, go against those Chinese and put up good fights, and hopefully they will take the title. I think it's definitely within the realm of possibility.
It would be a huge upset, but I think you're right. I think it is a possibility, and it's something we can't discount. Now, again, this is a unique situation, not just within esports, but really in the entire world. I mean, COVID-19 has just been wrecking esports events, group gatherings in general here. And we're very fortunate that over here at the Crossfire 2020 Global Finals, we were able to actually get these players together here. But again, 2 weeks in isolation, practicing, probably not on great Wi-Fi in the hotel. I'm very curious to see how this is going to pan out. Now, here's our schedule. We'll be going through Group A today. Join us the same time tomorrow, and we'll be going through Group B. On the third day, which starts a little bit earlier, 2 hours earlier than our normal starting time. It's going to be a longer day, but we'll eventually have the final set of teams. And of course, on Sunday, on the 6th of December, we will be crowning the Crossfire 2020 Global Champions.
Yep, before the third day, we do not have any teams, any same region clashing against each other. So good news, until we go into the third day, no teams are knocked out. So depending on the result of Group A and B, we're going to continue with that knockout stage.
That's a very important point. Because of the way the groups are set up, right now Crossfire regions can't cannibalize each other. So there is definitely a shot. We will have some teams, especially if the Brazilians perform like they did in 2019, we may be seeing them fight off again.
Yeah, we might be seeing them play off again in that grand final, because if both finish the group's top, they won't meet each other until then, if they meet each other at all.
Nearly $1 million in prize pool. This is just life-changing money. Of course, our maps, Black Widow, sub-base ports, Ankara and Compound, each team getting a veto on that, as this phase of the tournament will be best of 3s. But I keep looking at that prize money. I mean, even if you flounder in this tournament and get last place, $70,000 US.
That's a lot of total prize pool. Of course, for the champions, $300,000. If you split between 5, that's a life-changing money for sure. And the map stays the same, just like the qualifier, just like the regionals that we have from America, EU, and China. Of course, with the latest changes, with the boxes that you can't penetrate bullets through, that's actually going to be a major change that we will talk more about when we get into the game.
Taking a look at our teams, we have 2 teams from each country, and really, I almost think about it as in for each continent, right? We have the Latin America scene, in this case represented by Brazil, Vincent Gaming and Black Dragons. China, another, I would say already an esports powerhouse, but I believe that is obviously going to continue to grow, not just in this game, but in many, many other games as well. Q9 and Super Valiant Gaming. And of course, from EU, 2 German teams, Golden V and Lazarus. We don't know how they're going to perform here, since I think it's fair to say that most of the Crossfire narrative historically was overshadowed by China, and now with Brazil in the last few years becoming so powerful, they can't be ignored. They really are the Crossfire powerhouse in the world.
Yeah, they are. It did switch from China to Brazil very, very recently, but there is time. There is this opportunity for Europe to come out and take it for themselves and start a new era when it comes to Crossfire esports. because there hasn't been an EU winner so far in CFS.
Today's matchups, again, each of these will be a best of 3. Q9 versus Golden Beat to start things off. Then Golden Beat goes again immediately after that up against Vincent Gaming. The baton will be passed off to Vincent Gaming to continue on there and finish up Group A going back up against Q9. Now, Q9 may be the weakest team out of the 6. Upsets, of course, do occur all the time. But do they have a chance here today in Group A?
I think they do, but it depends on how many rounds they can actually take of, especially away from Vincent Gaming. That's going to be the biggest match, I think. Match number 3 of tonight, between Vincent Gaming and then Q9. Q9, they're the underdogs in Group A. Group A compared to Group B, I think overall, in average, a little weaker, because we do have the second place team from EU, China, and also from America. But when they go against each other, I think they're going to be a good bet to place on.
As we get closer and closer to this, we see, starting our games, we have our players now in the respective booths. I gotta say, this augmented reality setup we have is insane. It looks totally incredible. This is really where we're at here in esports. It's so cool to see a stage like this.
Wait, you're telling me it's not real?
It's not real.
No.
No way.
Look at this.
No
How
way.
did we do that? How did we do that? So here's our Chinese team. Q9, be perhaps their MVP. We're going to see how they perform here. Interestingly enough, there's been so much travel here. We don't have a local team in Seoul this time. No Korean team representation. Normally, when you have players commuting to this distance, you do talk about jet lag, but it's quite the opposite. 2 weeks of time to adjust. Now they're finally out of their hotels, and by the way, they will be trafficked immediately back to their hotels after their games are done.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
But I'm curious to see how they're going to perform. This is a one-of-a-kind tournament here with COVID-19 ravaging the world, to have them, after being quarantined in the hotel, down here at the live event, ready to go. Let's see what kind of condition they're in.
Yeah, Q9 are a team that have been very, very up and down. If you look at their historical results, sometimes they finish first and second. Sometimes they finish dead last. It really does depend what type of Q9 appears. And without Wolf, I think Q9 are going to have a harder time of it this time around.
Yeah, I think losing Wolf is a big loss for them, but Bean coming out from all gamers, they were up 3rd, 4th place last year. Top-notch sniper from China. So Bean, I think all he has to really think about is teamwork. How you can blend in with the new roster. As long as you can secure that teamwork with the team, then Q9 should be good enough to go against any other team.
Taking a closer look here at Golden V now, we have their player lineup. You can see these guys are ready to go. And Europe, they've always been phenomenal at FPS games, but Crossfire has been historically the black sheep of first-person shooters within the European scene. It's growing in popularity, and of course with a prize pool like this on the line, these guys are going to be taking this very seriously. But again, I'm very curious to see how this team will perform. I do think it is possible for them to take on Q9 here now. What's your take, Simon?
So GV in their European qualifiers had an absolutely amazing time. They were undefeated in the groups. They were plus 43 in rounds. They had 631 AP, but they fell at the last hurdle in that final to Lazarus Gaming 3-2. So they are an incredible team in Europe. We're going to have to see how well they perform on the world stage.
Yeah, depending on the map, especially when they go to court or compound, they excel. But when they lost, it was all the other maps against Lazarus, and it came down to the result of placing second. So I think the map band's picks are going to be so crucial for Golden Bee.
And we now actually get that lineup here. So it's going to be Black Widow and Compound Band. Map 1 will be Port, Map 2 Subbase, and Map 3 Ankara. Again, it's the first to 10 wins, 9 rounds on each side. G-Club, would you mind breaking down the point scoring system here before we go into game 1?
Of course, best to 10. First half, second half, 9 rounds. If we get 9 down tied, then we go into the extra round. Whoever gets that 4 first will take the match, take the map. If we tie that again with 3-3, we take 1 more with the golden round. Whoever comes with the win takes the entire map.
And we're moments away from actually starting this up. It looks like our players are in the lobby. We should be getting this going very soon. There has been some recent patches here, so we may see some different gunplay, but we'll be unpacking that for you guys more as we go into this. Prediction, Simon, for our first game here.
I'm going to say GV. I'm going to say Golden Valiant are going to take Q9 pretty handily.
And G-Clap, who do you think is going to take this?
because I have less of an idea for Q9 with the different roster, I will also say Golden V.
I say Golden V as well. We have a chant here from our Chinese team. I love how hyped these guys get right before the matches go. A lot of pride here on the line as Crossfire is insanely big in China. I've seen Crossfire events live in China. The audience loves it. I'm sure they're cheering from their home country. But right now, they got to go on against our German team, Golden V, as we start round 1.
Yeah, smoke grenades and grenades just popping off left, right, and center, trying to give a shield for the for GV here.
GV now is going to be taking the BL side here. GR side will be by Q9 right now. It looks like we're going to open up without any rushing here. Instead, it's going to be pretty conservative play as they're going to be testing each other's abilities. Nobody wants to overextend and start to snowball the round too quickly, especially with a loss here.
Yeah, a few things to point out as the first round. We do have M4, yeah, which is very uncommon for all other regions except for China. We'll see some M4s being used with the recent patch with better penetration through the boxes. That's usually going to happen from only Chinese players.
We're seeing the possible push here through B entry as slowly but surely Golden V is going to try to edge in there. They may end up rotating back through bridge here and instead go up to the A site. But for right now, it seems like attention's on B.
Yeah, they finally picked up that C4 and have finally started to make their way over to B. But Q9 are just waiting there for them. They already know this play. They only have 2 off on the A side. So it's going to be 3 on B, but a small rotation here. Looking like they're faking to go A and maybe then push into A, but a small engagement going on here.
Yeah, we see now a push coming through here. Nice firing right there through center. Yes. Again, they could go on either site. Right now we have Q9 split, 2-2, 2 on A, 2 on B here.
Yeah, it's going to be like the bridge push with the B entry at the same time. They're picking an entry with for the back street, getting another kill immediately.
Yeah, 2 down on each side, Solo and Dway, but Long goes down too. It's 2 versus 1. GV almost have blown it in this first round.
In 1998, just coming up from the side, from that bridge, and GV, they had no idea that he was there with an M4.
Now he's got the bomb still. Right now, 7 taking some damage. Wow. He does go down, and a big win right there as GV has actually gunned down, or excuse me, Q9 has gunned down the opposing team, giving them a 1-0 lead here. But that was a good round overall. You could see they tried to close in there on B site, did not work out.
Yeah, a lot of footsie going on with the positioning early in that. It took quite a while for them to decide to, push forward. But Q9 played it patient. They did not overextend. They did not try to push through and force engagements, and it really helped them out that time around.
Again, this time around, just some slow movements here on the outside. Again, it's the burden in this matchup right now for Golden V to push and plant the bomb or kill the entire team. Q9, because of the spawn, because of the nature of their side of the spawn, they simply have to defend. Their burden is that they're defending 2 different bomb sites at once, so they have to have, although they have the camping advantage, they have 2 different areas that have to be covered. And that's why this early part of the game where GV is pushing out and trying to find any information, trying to find any exposed players is essential. And you can see there, 1 Q9 player going down, picked off there with a headshot.
Yeah, Snox well played there. J-Way actually pressured a lot into the central passage, bought a lot of time, but got a little too aggressive after that big rotation into that B back street, coming back into the bridge.
Snox there took a massive hit. He's still up, but he has a slither of health left. He's going to have to try to make the most out of a bad situation as we see more smoke grenades coming in, trying to just close out that B spot, put down that smoke, and make sure that they can plant the bomb.
We don't have many more smokes left over here. Again, Golden V itching to try to push through here over into the B site once more. They're going to be short on the clock if they do try to switch into A, but there still is a little bit of time left for that. We see FaZe inching forward here. He's going to try to fire against Solo. FaZe does take him out. Long now coming through. Long takes out FaZe. Blame trying to back up over here. Again, 36 seconds on the clock. Bean taking fire. And it was a perfect mow down there. Great play as Golden V now evens it up 1-1.
Yeah, they held that B spot. They made like this little kill corridor. Q9, they didn't have much choice. They all just kind of ventured through that kill corridor. All the spray coming down. They had no chance to break through there. It would have been near impossible, G-Clef.
Yeah, I think it was the right call for Q9 to back off from that B side after knowing that many men is actually staying near that B entrance. They were going to lose B side anyhow. So maybe waiting for 1998 to come around just for a couple of more seconds and attacking at the same time could have been better. But I think the attack was forced by a lot of flashes were thrown by Golden V.
Okay, we see right now Golden V pushing through Center Street. It appears they might shimmy up through the sideway, possibly going into Long A, but actually Long A seems to be fairly well covered here. No takedowns just yet, although 98 is at half HP, Blame and 7 both losing about 20% of their health, but this is so far inconsequential. If you're alive, you can still do damage. You can still take out an entire team.
Yeah, Golden V, they checked that there's no one from the bridge side with the sniper, and also no snipers from the B. Very unlikely, so it has to be being from that A long.
Yeah, and again, Snox takes a big hit at the beginning. He is down. Blame is also down too. Q9 looking like they're going to take this one. They have a massive advantage going into the end of this one. Are Q9 going to be able to defend this, or Golden V going to be able to get this bomb down and force Q9 to rotate over to B?
This is going to be tough for Golden V here. It seems like Q9 has very good coverage here. Right now, they're just stuck inside the warehouse there. 7 poking out here. A couple flashes still available in this game, so nading that area. And right now, it looks like it's going to be tough here for Creeds. They're going to be closing in here, and that's going to be a great victory there.
Yeah, this is near flawless, but look at that. One down, Solo is down. Can Blame pull off the impossible here? He has nothing left. But can he do it? It looks like he might be able to. He's took down one. No, he goes down there. And that is over.
Nice play there by Q9, continuing to maintain their lead here. I think it was a pretty fruitless endeavor when they tried to push out of that warehouse. They were immediately bombarded with grenades, flashes, everything else, and there wasn't that much they could do. You got to remember, in Crossfire, you don't have that much time per round. So each nade really buys you a lot of time.
Especially when you have the smoke towards the bridge or into the B entrance, then you can buy a lot of time, especially from the global risk side. But when you lose a member from BL, then immediately you turn to a side looking for less members to defend, or else you just have to work with the sniper to cut off and then work with 4-4. But that timing, I think GV waited a little too long towards the warehouse.
Yeah, we can see that Golden Valorant now kind of just scoping out which side to go. They haven't decided yet which way to rotate. It looks like it is going to be another B rotation. That is a great call because a lot of Q9 are over on that A side, expecting them to go there. So Golden V are going to start pushing onto B.
Yeah, 1998, he was in that central passage, understanding that how many can actually pass into that B entrance. And that's exactly why Q9 left that B side open after checking it back south into the bridge area. Now back to the normal position of 3-2.
Yeah, Center Street is heavily contested right now. We see 3 members of GV over there, only 2 on Q9. So we'll see who can poke out here. Is Q9 going to peek a little bit too hard?
Yeah, Q9 needs to be very careful. They don't want to give away their lead right now. It looks like Blame and Shocks are going to try to inch in here. Again, this area heavily smoked. There's a bit of ambiguity on who's on either side. Nice shot down there. FaZe then taken out as things are beginning to heat up very quickly now. It's a 2v2 here. Right now, 7 and Creeds trying to move forward here over through B Road. We have JY coming up here, firing shots, but on either side of the crate is a player. One player goes down, great play. And now it's a 1v1, Creed v Bean. Bean chucking a nade over here. Creed's taking cover, shots fired, and Bean comes out on top, giving Q9 a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, look, he just has to finish up this C4, but that was just so close at the end there. It could have been anyone's game, 2v2, and the players just dropped like absolute flies at the end of that round.
Yeah, I think GV, they went with the right choice, but what Q9 is able to bring on this map, especially from GR, oftentimes you can't really recover that well, but I feel like GV is being a little too aggressive when they can actually fall back to a safer position. They think Q9 is coming with a lot of speed, so they are actually pushing out on the opposite side into the back street where you're not supposed to be. So a little bit unlikely characteristics coming out from Golden V. I think they're also feeling the hype of LAN right now.
Yeah, GV are going super aggressive on this B side right now. Everyone is there. 1 down, 2 down. Make it 3, make it 4. This is an absolute slaughter right there. Q9 absolutely making GV look amateurish there in that engagement.
This is exactly as from Blacklist, when you have to tone down, use all of the time possible and switch into some other side. Okay, they tried B attack all this time, 5 out of 5 so far. Maybe peeking into central passes or using the sideways to bait out the sniper. First of all, I think that's a good bait. But for the fact that FaZe is not having the AWM right now and 7 picking up that AWM instead, I think that shows a sign that they're actually not willing to fight against Bean, right? Understanding how smart and how strong he can be towards that A long.
Right now we have Snox down. It's a 4v5, excuse me. It's still something that GV can do, but you know, when in the camper's role, it's just an easier game. Again, now it's 3v1. We're seeing GV just run out of opportunities here. It's a tough decision because it's harder to push out. There's going to be more players camping when you're over there. We see Solo and JY beginning to move forward here on Q9. They can actually try to come around from behind. When you get this low in numbers, you can actually circle them. We're seeing this right now here as Creeds, once again, is the last player alive in this group. And I don't see a Hail Mary play. I hope we have it, but no way. No kills there for Golden V. Q9 continuing to dominate now with a 5-1 lead.
I mean, we've got to talk about FaZe's current stats. He is 1-6, yet in the Crossfire European scene, he had the top KD. He was the top dog, and right now he is just not performing as well as we know he can.
I don't think he's feeling that well with the sniper today, so that's exactly why he's switching into that AK, bringing more actual firepower when you're diving into either A side or B side. Not really challenging into Bean at all. That's very weird coming out from FaZe at all because he was one of the best coming out from Europe. Also has top-notch, top world-class level of sniper skills. But Bean, as knowing how good he can be towards that A side, they're not even showing any signs towards that A side. And I think it's time, it's right now or never to switch into some other type of attack. But Golden V, they're focusing on the B side a little too much. I think this gives me another worry.
Yeah, but looking at it, it looks as though Q9 are thinking exactly the way you are, that there's going to be a rotation over onto A. They can't just keep going for B, right? So they're mostly around that area. And I think, you know, B would be good for the taking right now, but we do see GV going for that A side as Q9 starts to rotate round to shore up the defenses on that side.
Q9 has pretty good coverage over here on back street right now. Only one Q9 player actually guarding the B side. Everybody seems to be very aware that A is the focal point here on the side of Q9. Looks like Golden may go for it anyways.
JW and Solo Bean gets a kill too. This is an absolute slaughter once again. It's just looking impossible for GV right now, and down he goes again. And Solo, the MVP, just absolutely dominating here.
It is the same situation over and over again. It does seem like GV does some footsies over there towards B side. Sometimes they go for it, sometimes they don't. But right now, Q9, just with completely stellar defense.
Whoa.
Great shots there. Did you see that? 2 headshots in a row.
Through the smoke.
Yeah, through the smoke. Like each bullet connects. Q9 is just getting exponentially better each time here.
Yeah, that spray transfer there, just keeping down that button, just blasted through GV.
This rush attack into B was supposed to work in theory because right after A, you try a big attack with one member waiting for you from that central passage. But Q9, every single member right now, they're on fire. They don't know how to stop. The shot calling has been right on point. GV is a little bit too slow. When they're about to move a little bit fast into that B side, was stopped again. So nothing right now is working out for Golden V.
Yeah, we were saying before this that Golden V looked like the strong favorites. Q9 have come out and instantly shut us all up.
This is just an incredible play here from Q9. Now, once again, GV this time going to push through Central Street again here, but what kind of play are they going to have? It looks like so far it's going to be a little bit slower. I don't blame them for trying that all-out rush, but it completely backfired with such clutch play from Q9. Here we see them. Looks like they might come down from sideway. Yeah, and they're going to once again bum rush, trying to smoke mid here.
Solo's position is pretty dangerous. Oh, man. Again, catches one.
JW 2, and oh my goodness, it's happening again. An absolute slaughter here. GV not even getting a kill on the board there.
I gotta say, it's kind of crazy. We're in this giant stage right now, but I can so clearly hear the calls from Q9 as they are going ham right now. They know they are just a game or two away closing this out. And you can feel it. You can feel the energy here from our German team, the frustration, the tilt, as they are running into a wall. They are running into a wall of bullets every time, no matter how strategically gifted they are, trying to come in here in a way that can surprise their opponents. Every time they are taken out, they are wiped out, and either this is going to be a closeout game here from Q9 in game 1, or we're going to have one of the craziest comebacks maybe the entire tournament.
In just 2 rounds, I believe that Q9 is just going to snowball this momentum into a quick match win, because the shot calling and the read on his teammates' power right now has been so good for Solo, the shot caller for Q9, and I think he just wants to continue.
Now let's remember the roles have been reversed here, so it's going to be Golden V that will have to defend the 2 bomb sites, while Q9 will have to infiltrate and either all kill the team or plant a bomb, but generally it is an all-kill team here in Crossfire. So let's see how Q9 can open this up. But for now, Golden V basically has to play 9 perfect rounds.
Yeah, they have to play flawlessly, and I still think they can do it, but it's going to be so tough. But Q9 have to break through this just massive defensive positioning here by Golden V. How are Q9 going to break through?
Well, it looks like they're fishing towards B side, but I think what they're trying to do is draw out any stray players here. And already we have a 4v4 here.
It's opening from FaZe. He stays alive with the cover from the back.
It is now 3v3.
You can see, again, a lot of pressure over here on the B side, just right through B road.
Seven now making a rotation down to help out his buddies. He is running across Backstreet here. He's trying to get there in time, but it doesn't matter. Blame closing it out 2-0.
Incredible. Incredible. They're starting the comeback. They're doing it again. We're seeing on this map right now, stronger defense is key. But again, it has to be perfect play from here on out. If Q9 goes up to 9, it would be up to GV to try to draw it out somehow.
Just clutching moments, and good news for GV. Finally, FaZe is starting to come back with that AWM now, even being aggressive. That's what he's known for. Going into the Central Passage was risky, but if he's picking up that many kills on his own, certainly worth the risk for the entire team.
Yeah, and it looks like Q9 are going to go through sideways into A. Are they going to be able to get the bomb plant there? We see 2 members already on Golden V, basically out of the way of this fight.
Long took some damage, but it was from a grenade. So that wasn't from bullets. They don't know exactly where it is. Flash over here on GV. FaZe now trying to bounce a flash back up over here. Looking for a sniper shot. We saw B run through over into A site.
Long just holding his own for the longest time. Does go down. And it's 1 versus 3. Can it be done? 1998 just has a smidge of health left. Can he do it?
He's hanging on. It would be a real Hail Mary play, and it does not happen. Now 8-3. Q9, I can imagine the anxiety is building up a little bit here. They had such a crushing performance, but now we're seeing, as the roles reverse, the results stay the same here. They're not winning any games right now on the other side of the map.
Yeah, soon enough, when you're starting 8-1 in the second half, oftentimes, even as a shot caller or as a teammate, you would say, okay, we can just do anything, and we're going to get at least 1 or 2 rounds in the second half. That should work out. But after a while, you start to think when it gets to like 8-5, 8-8, then it gets all messy right there. So I think Q9 has to really be cautious right now and finish the match if they want to. And GV, and right there, FaZe just kept in control, never really lost his position all the way up in that A side. Was the key, bought that much time for all the riflers to come back from the back street.
Some attention over here onto A site. Nade's being thrown. Solo down here on the low. 98, excuse me, up here at Sideway.
We see the rotation over onto B Road, walking up through this warehouse. It looks like that perfect rotation over to B might just work out, but it is going to be 4 against 2 on that B site.
Now this site is very nadeable if Blame can preempt this, but they throw the first nades out. And this is going to allow them to spill through. Nades going everywhere. Long first to be shot down here as the gunfight continues. JY now taking out the next GV player. It's all up to Creeds right now, but they retreat back into warehouse. Solo and 98 here staying back. They are picked off and gunned down with 4 Golden V players remaining, and they're halfway to tying it up 8-8.
Yeah, Q9 have gone very silent in the studio. It is, You could drop a pin in here right now and you would hear it. It is silent. So they're rushing A. Let's see how this plays off.
It depends on how long FaZe can actually stay up here. Seven's coming up for the backup. Dropped down by J-Way.
Trying to buy some time, Long with a kill there. Coming through here, Q9 starting to make it work. There's only one player left here. It's a 1v1. Solo versus Creeds.
Solo
in the
might
back.
just have it. He does. He got the advantage. Creeds just turned around as it was popping out, and I mean, that was it. He's down.
A pivotal moment back there as the pressure is only higher right now for GV after that 1v1 was lost. A chaotic moment back there. We're going to go into the next game. Nade's coming down. What kind of pacing is Q9 going to show us? Let's take a look here. Again, Golden V must wait and try to intercept the attack in order to win this.
Yeah, Q9 now on a match point basically can just wait for Golden V to come out towards that B entrance or even towards that end of the bridge, towards that GR side. I think that's exactly why Bean switched back into the AWM after that big push. Had the M4 for just a single round for the firepower. And trying to get some shots through the smokes. When you start 5v4, you can basically win the round easy. Again, working towards... last time, they had one smoke bait towards the B side and an early entrance into that A side.
Yeah, and already one is
FaZe
down on Q9. Bean is out, sniped out of existence, and we see the defense rotation of Golden V over to A side. Are they going to be able to hold this off? Seven takes down J-Way, Creed takes down Solo, but both are now down. And it is a 2v2 situation. Long is out to Flame. Almost down there. But GV take another point there.
Really incredible play there by GV. That could have gone either way. And that would be all she wrote had they not handled that well. But a clutch play, actually pushing into A side and managing to cover quite a wide range of different areas where they could have been attacked from. Now we go in, and it's 9-5 here. Q9 still with the lead, but Q9, again, almost always failing to actually break into either A or B side and win a series. Again, GV is slowly coming back because we're seeing really how one team can dominate on defense here on Port.
Yeah, especially when we go into that B side, was often stopped by Creeds, and there's a great backup from Seven and Blame towards that A side. As long as GV, they can keep FaZe alive or towards the A long from the A top, I think Q9 is going to run into a lot of shot calling pressure because once you don't know exactly where the sniper is from, you sort of have limited options where you can go.
Yeah, more grenades just getting thrown out there, but it does look as though Q9 are going to push onto the A side. The C4 is over there. Grenades are going out. Smoke is down, and it's 3 on A, 2 on B.
We have another push through here with the warehouse, but right now, Golden V is just with such good defense. You know, that doorway makes for a narrow shooting range, and you can just see here, 4v2 now. I don't think this is going to work out for Q9 here. Getting lower. Some nice shots here by 98 against Shocks. It's 1v2. Can 98 actually pull through here? Blame and 7 coming around. Nice bullet spray there. 1v1 now. Knife drawn to speed up and move over. 7, is he going to pop back up? There's a chance 98 can actually slowly rotate around. There's plenty of time on the clock here. Over 40 seconds.
Yes, and 98 actually has the C4 as well, so he can just put pressure on and make 7 come after him by planting that C4. He has the advantage coming in here.
Yeah, 98 is just going to sit tight here and pretend like he's making a big rotation into that B side and then go for the plant. He's got some more time.
We're going to have the first possible bomb plant in this game. 98 edging forward, taking a peek over here. 7 just around the corner. Oh, and that is that. Good play there by Golden V, and you can see it was the moment, and this is what makes 1v1 so exciting. There's so many possible angles you can be hit. Debating a possible plant there. Takes a look down the staircase, and suddenly a bullet through the skull. And now we're at 9-6. GV is 3 rounds away from tying this up.
And I think they can certainly do it. Q9 will start to feel the pressure when the numbers are getting closer to each other. 9-6, still 3 rounds away. And Q9, they've been focusing a lot more towards that A side, but FaZe has been pretty good defending all the way up from A top. I think that's one target that Q9 really has to bring, even using all the flash and nades together.
Yeah, Q9, when Q9 won that one on this side, they just rushed in. Let's see if they can do it again. FaZe gets Solo down. Long gets phase, 7 gets long, and people are dropping like flies. GV look as though they have this one wrapped up as well.
98 over here, the last player remaining, and he is finished off here. We're at 9-7, and you can see the confidence level rising here and the doubt beginning to really cement over here for Q9. Golden V is clutching through. This is EU esports here again. Europe has always been so profoundly strong when it comes to first-person shooter games, and they're making their showing here against Q9. Again, Chinese teams. This is the most popular game in China. The scene is huge. We know that right now Q9's countrymen are rooting for them, but they got to be worried here as it looks like a GV comeback is almost inevitable at this point in time.
It is totally possible as they're trying to push into B-side, but where Blame is, that's a great bait spot where you can't really be headed. Basically, you have to win that headshot duel while winning a duel against Creed from the other side of the angle. That's going to be the challenge for Q9.
Yeah, but you look at the map, Q9 are all clustered around that B, but Golden V are still spread over onto A. So as they pop out here, they could be super aggressive. But again, it just looks like Q9 have got nothing here.
Okay, nice play here. It's 1v4 here, and Solo's not going to be able to clutch that. And look at our German team right now, Golden V. And there's almost like holy energy coming out here from our camera shot on our Chinese player there. There was like a halo around him or something. If Golden V wins this, it's 9-9. And I think Golden V can just take it. We'll see.
Well, Q9 there were pushing into basically a 5 versus 2 and still came off worse than their opponents. GV look as though those early game nerves, when they lost so heavily in the first half of this, have completely disappeared. And it looks as though they have a command on this game now.
Q9, they opened up with FaZe down.
FaZe has been picked off. FaZe peeked. He got shot. Q9's beginning to infiltrate.
But 98 goes down. He was the aggressor there. Snox takes him down and is moving to get an angle on the rest of Q9. Who look as though, yeah, they're backing off. It looks as though they're going to rotate round down into B eventually. Maybe going through B road up into that B site.
Maybe give the AWM to Solo because he's so incredibly low. Going into B side will be another challenge because they have a low member. And just a sneeze will bring him down.
Yeah, 7 is pretty low. So it is almost a 3v3 situation with 7 going down to a stiff breeze.
You can see right now Golden V staying back. Q9 a little indecisive here. It looks like we should see a very slow rotation here back over to the B site.
And Snox is back up a top now, just like FaZe with that AWM switching gun.
You can see loading dock is still covered. There's always a chance Golden V comes in here from behind. There's still 45 seconds on the clock. That's more than enough time to take a fight or even plant the bomb, depending on how this goes. Golden V seems to have the sense that B site will be raided here. We have movement now through the warehouse.
But
some nades still available.
But we've seen this before, where as they push into B, they just get absolutely slaughtered by Blame, who is in that nice little nook there as he pops his head out. Long takes down 7, Blame takes down Long, B takes down Blame. It is a 2v2 situation now.
We can see some more shots fired at JY, going to try to come around. Creed's just in this box, spamming through the box. Beautiful play. Bomb is being planted. It's a 1v2, but Bean is very low on HP. It's going to be up to Shox to come through here.
Yeah, Snox, did he change into the rifle? He did. So going for that 2v1 is possible, but B takes him down. And Q9 finally in the second half, gets the second round and the win.
What an incredible way to end that series there. The bomb was planted about 35 seconds on the clock there, but I mean, to take out 2 other players and defuse that, it's possible. But that was a pretty hype way to finish that off. Of course, we're still in a best of 3 here, but Q9, at what started out as a very one-sided series, or sorry, I should say one-sided game there, turned out to be down to the wire as Q9, with that Hail Mary play, actually managed to pull through and dominate.
Yeah, Solo right there with 1 HP just said, okay, I'll be the bait, catching the rotation coming from that A side, and luckily it was also Snox who changed into that 8WM, so he couldn't really catch it with the first fire shot, which we didn't really get to see on the map. But on the mini-map, we were able to see catch the rotation, solo that baiting play, stopped and delayed all that late rotation into that B site, kept the site open and allowed the time to plant the bomb.
Yeah, Snox was just a little bit too slow on that rotation. I think if he got round to be a little bit quicker, it might have been a different situation. But unfortunately, for GB, it is not. Q9, they made it hard for themselves. They go 10 and 8 on the round, but they still managed to take it.
That was an insane play back there that we saw. The 2 bullets right through the smoke with 2 headshots in a row. Very cool to see Q9 actually with that victory plate. It's always tough to push the warehouse, but I think they handled it very, very well, especially after the plant, really baiting the player out and the pressure's really on. And that could have gone either way that whole series. You can see how even that is. Some of that is, I think, the nature of the map port and maybe a little bit of a defender's advantage. It seems like on either side, it's a little bit tough to push through. There's a lot of different angles you can be hit from, despite, of course, the defending team having to split their team up and cover 2 locations. But we're now going to go on to game 2. I think we're going to have a graphic of which map that was. Do you remember what map?
Subbase.
Subbase, thank you.
Should be the second map.
So Subbase it is. We're going to get into this one relatively soon. What are your predictions this time around? Do you think that Q9 are going to close it up, or do you think this is going to go the way of GB?
Honestly, I think it's back to 5-5 right now. Even though GB Q9 was able to take the first map, I think GB still had the momentum when they switched over to that GR side. But this is one map where Golden Bee, when they can get that control towards the machine room into lockers, they will never lose. So it depends on how well Q9 will actually counter into the locker room when they are defending.
Now this time around here, yeah, it's Golden V here, who is going to have to be the aggressor. They will have to be planting the bomb. It's going to be Q9 here on the defense, similar to the game 1 that we had here as far as roles go.
Yeah, before the CFS patch with the new boxes into the A site, it has been a lot more attack towards that A site, A bottom immediately from that BL. But because of that 1 box change with no bullets can go through, it's a lot more towards the B site now in terms of the momentum.
Yeah, Bean eats a grenade there, took massive amounts of damage on that sniper. He is very, very low right now as we see a push into B.
Coming in here, 1999, gunning that down. G7, or GB, excuse me, having a hard time trying to make any damage, but it's actually getting pretty close here. 2v2.
Golden Cage.
It's 1v1. Blame goes down.
Oh,
Sway.
just insane.
Take a bow, son. Take an absolute bow.
That was a great game 1 here. Could have gone either way.
I don't think they expected J-Way to also be in the cage, because usually you don't really have 2 people running down cage at the same time. It's a pretty small space. One would actually come through the hallway instead of just keeping it near the shutter side. I think that's one thing that GB didn't really think of when they had that many members towards the B side.
Yeah, nobody so far has touched Central Square to try and push through at all. So we'll see what happens this time. The C4 is picked up here by 7 as he is making his way over to A side.
Again, no real push just yet. We see some inching here towards the A site, but it's been a little bit of a slower game here. Smoke's everywhere. You need to wait for that to dissipate, depending on what kind of attack you're going to try to come through here with.
Golden V, they do love that stair push.
Yeah, J-Way is the only person there. He's basically biding his time. Could he wrap around the back as everyone starts looking around?
Rotated a little bit too far there. Too many bullets going through him there. We now have our team on the A site, and this means that it's going to be up to Q9 to try to infiltrate this. The bomb is going to be planted. Grenades being tossed through that narrow corridor, that little window that's open there. Again, it looks like Q9 might try to spill down through the stairs. Bean maybe going to try to come up through the hole through the top.
Depends on base spots. Now still staying alive right next to that stairs. This is just a massacre right now. Can't really get back into control once you lose that position. And from that AC.
Yeah, so it is 1-1 as we go into this one now, and it looks like a very quick push over on B side, but the C4 is still on the floor, so a little bit of back and forth here by Creed, and I think that's 98.
You can really see how hard it is once A site's taken and the bomb is planted to actually come back and break into that. There's not a lot of time to get in there, take out the entire team, and defuse the bomb. And, of course, in an early Crossfire game, a lot of nades have already been thrown, so whatever nades you have left over is what's going to allow you to crack in there. So, again, good play there to patiently try to penetrate that area by Golden V. They secured it, and now it's 1-1.
Yeah, usually when you try to get it back, you need to control from the window from AC side. Once you don't have that control either, when Blacks is in control of A bottom and AC at the same time, it's awfully hard to actually get back into control.
Yeah, A is such a narrow point of entry. It's really hard to break in, but once you're in there, it's basically hard for the other team to come back at you. It's just one of those nice spots where if you can get that rotation, if you fake B, everyone push A, it's a possible place to go, and you could defend it real easy. But it's so hard to crack if there are any defenders in there. As we see now, Golden V are trying to make a push into A site.
Beautiful play there, gunning down some of those players. It's 3v3 right now. All eyes on A. You can see Long firing some shots, taking an A, throwing it through. Seven going to try to come through. Long on the run right now. He's going to have to back up.
Yeah, 1998 made the long rotation all the way from the central side, so it took him a little bit too long. But they're going to come back from AC, possibly look for a headshot into that plant.
FaZe eating some damage over there. It looks like they may be too focused on stairs here. It's just Long remaining.
Yeah, 98 goes down, and Long follows him to the grave shortly thereafter. GV once again controlling that one perfectly well.
It is essential in this game that Q9 is able to defend A before it's too late, because again, when that area is controlled correctly, it's not like you have two players covering that, which is the normal defender's position here on this map. In this case, you might have 5-4 players down there covering that, and it's hard to breach from that point on. It's a very smart move. I don't know how many more times Golden V will attempt to push A before it becomes too obvious. You do have to mix it up a little bit and go for B, but right now the A game is working.
Yeah, Q9, they had the right rotation into that A side, two A bottom and one from AC, but their teamwork from the A bottom team, the two members were actually pretty lost. Didn't really bring the firepower when they needed to.
Yeah, I just want to take a quick second to talk about the guns. The AK is such a staple, and we see Juewei being go down. It is a 3 versus 3, but the M4 is starting to appear more often, especially on these Chinese teams.
They want to look for those headshots. Sometimes you can get up to like 70%, even at the pro level with the headshots. So that's how good you can be. Long just spraying out through the smoke. 1998 is actually getting all the kills, and the pistol headshot into Creeds immediately.
And of course, an easy defuse over there. You can see now. Golden V maybe trying the same trick too many times. You can't always rush for A, or at least you can't do it that many times in a row. This time, Q9 was ready. I think they're starting to adapt. Will we have Golden V maybe fake going into A, going to B, maybe just straight up rush into B? I'm not sure. Nades are now coming down here. Areas have been smoked. Some pre-shotting is happening through the smokes in case there is, in fact, a rush. But overall, going into Game 5 here, it's pretty slow.
Yeah, but then you look at 1998's like KD right now, 7-3. The guy is just beast moding everything right now. It looks as though like Q9 just need to shore up a little bit of their defenses here, and they could possibly shut down Golden V in the rest of this match.
Yeah, 1998, he's the backup player for the team, and so far, while he's backing up, he's grabbing all these kills, not just the information that they need from the sound play. That's the reason why they're always keeping up with the number against Golden V.
Shots fired here through the box here. A lot of spam shots doing damage. 7 pretty low right now. 1998 coming around. He's going to have to reload eventually or throw in one more smoke here. His pistol is drawn, backing up, coming back out now here for the reload. Brilliant play by 1998. He's able to Jackie Chan his way around that part of the level and get back out. Looks like we're actually going to have Golden V instead try to rotate back.
Immediately knowing that the rotation is coming for that A side, basically 100% after that many baits were possible and the damage through the box. Yeah, Q9 immediately switching just 1B and basically 4 towards A.
Yeah, 1998 is playing like an absolute beast. That was 1.5 players basically down there in one engagement, and it was 3 versus 1. Can Q9 follow up that performance. One goes down on GV. They're basically trading right now. 7 is alone.
And C4 drop right there. And FaZe comes around with an AK now. But so far, FaZe with an AK has not been showing up too much of a score today.
Flashed here.
Yeah,
I don't know that he can come through, though. I think he's waiting, but...
Yeah, that's a pretty bad place for C4 right there.
Oh, what a headshot there. He gets that one engagement, but it is still a 2 versus 1. Bean looks like he might go down next. 98 is being patient right now. There is 10 seconds left. There goes down 1. Will he get the second? No, 98 just manages to finish him off.
Such clutch play there. I love it. Again, if you run out of time, it is the offenders that are going to lose the match, the team that needs to plant the bomb. So you do need to either get a team kill or plant the bomb, because otherwise the defending team will simply win. So clock was essential in that moment.
Yeah, 98 basically threw his teammate as a bait there, keeping himself alive for one more kill. As long as you grab the round, that's all good. Another pretty big rush.
Yeah, Solo doing well to hold this up as his team needs to rotate around to A. We can see backup on the way. Solo is doing a good job just staying alive. Snux does eventually push around that corner, and we see Creeds with picking up 2 kills there.
We have our Golden V team flash for now, but they do manage to plant the bomb next to the missile here. And now it's going to be up to Q9 to try to infiltrate this area, but only one Q9 player remaining. 1998, the MVP, but is he good enough to do this? Absolutely not. A kill there as Golden V with much better offense. Again, that A site seems to be the fruits to victory here. As long as they can get in there and not make it too obvious they're going to do that every time, they may manage to take this side of the map.
Yeah, Creed's just popping bullets into the smoke. It is 3-3 right now, and we see FaZe go down super early. He is having not the greatest of days this time around.
Yeah, Bean finally putting off from the shutter. Did have a lot of pre-fire with that sniper, but was not able to land any shots so far. Finally, he's going to land it, and on FaZe on the opponent's sniper. So that gives a lot more pressure for Golden V now.
Again, it does appear to be a play to A here. Just confirming that they're not going to be hit from behind here if they if Q9, excuse me, was to rush through B. Stairs now. Nade's coming down. Now notice the position Long's in here. Does he want to just try to get headshots from the stairs, or does he want to try to camp there in case they come around and he can hit him from the back after the infiltration happens? We're going to see.
Yeah, that's a pretty good smoke timing. You can at least buy 10+ seconds from that A site.
The area is pretty heavily smoked. It does seem like Q9's actually abandoning this. I think they got faked out pretty successfully. The players are going to have to turn back around. In fact, I think A may be infiltrated here.
J-Way on an absolute tear right now. He took down Blame, he took down Snux. Now Long picks up Creeds and 7. Absolutely insane.
That was so sick. It looked like they might have had a chance to get through that, but they had to go through a wall of bullets, and Q9 clutching that despite having almost nobody there to defend. It looked like Q9 had actually expected Golden V to instead rotate to B. The fake out worked, but their moment to ambush did not succeed as they were just shot down there. Just such good gunplay there from Q9.
Instead of positioning from a forward, they were actually backing up towards the stairs, towards the back into AC. That was a moment that GV actually striked only into the stairs, not towards the boxes. I don't know what kept them from directly entering the free path highway there, basically.
I'll tell you what did. J-Way and Long definitely put that to rest.
There was a pretty good flash, yes.
We have Blame flashed here. He's going to try to come around. J-Way taking some shots. He is picked off here by Blame. Blame with the reload.
Yeah, and it looks like a quick bomb lay here on the side of Golden V as we see Bean with next to nothing left in the tank. And it is going to be a 1 versus 3 as 98 does take down 7. No, he doesn't. Does get taken down at that last minute.
That's going to tie us up 4-4. It's still anybody's game here, as this is proving to be a much closer and much more exciting series than our first one.
Yeah, like the fact that because 1998 is doing so well, forcing him out in a bad rotation, always catching him at the end, giving him no actual good position to fight them against, and forcing that big rotation is always a big key in FPS. And GV reading that pretty well, that he's going to stay towards that B side, always making him come towards that A side instead.
We may actually have a push over here into B. We have the C4. Oh, but once again, it looks like they're going to do a poke into B, and now a rotation back over here towards the A side. But in this case, it seems like Q9 has a little bit more control of room entry. In fact, they're going to back up now.
Yeah, it looks as though they're going to go to B now.
Yeah.
7 was like stuck in that hesitant position in the middle, deciding which way to go. Has dropped the C4 behind them, so it looks as though it's going to be a very offensive push here, trying to break through. And no, he is down. 1998 is there again.
Whoa.
That's 2. They hit 3.
98 going to reload here. He is killed off, but
that's good enough. He can just
he's
go.
done his part. He's done his part, and now we're going to have Q9 trying to come in here. Keep in mind, C4 has been abandoned now. Both these players isolated from each other as Q9 is on the hunt to close this game out and get a win 5.
Yeah, Blame was in a pretty good bait position, so grabs 1 before going down in a low HP.
Yeah, J-Way is very low, so it might just end up being Snox versus Long. Snox finally decides to show up. Is he going to be able to get this one?
Ooh,
it is very close.
Love the decision not going for the C4, instead going for that double kill instead.
Yeah, he's gone through the vent here. He's going to come from an unusual angle, and I think actually, oh, he tried to spray him down, did not quite pull it off. The ideas were there, the execution, not so much. That was a great series we had back there.
Yeah, that first half was absolutely insane. 5-4. It's very rare that we see a score that high ever in the first half. That was just ridiculously close. These two teams kind of testing each other to the max.
Yeah, usually in sub base, you don't really see that much of a score from BL. Maybe 2, maybe up to 3, but 4 is a very good score from that BL side. So I think Golden Bee should be happy switching over into second half.
Again, it's so close here for who could possibly take this. The question now is how is Q9's offense, and are they going to be trying to hit A as many times as we saw Golden Bee do? A does seem to be a site that you can, first of all, actually penetrate and get in, but then second of all, it's very difficult for the other team to retake it after the bomb is planted. 40 seconds is really not a lot of time, especially when you consider that a lot of the grenades are already spent in the early part to possibly prevent the A raid.
So I want to see some challenge from FaZe into Shutter, into the A road. This time I think he's not going to with all 5 AKs from Golden V, but Bean still keeping that AWM. He's feeling confident that he can actually get some pick off, especially from B side.
We see Snox here trying to take down J-Way, but J-Way just about survives, manages to back out of that quick enough, and just takes a little bit of damage while giving Snox a bit of a headache.
And Q9 appears to immediately want to try to push into B here. We have C4 going through the center square while the rest of our players are waiting in the machine room to try to push in here. There is at least one player right now from Golden V defending the A site, but they may be prepared here. Here comes GB now.
Yeah, Kreese gets one, but Q9 are down to just Bean on the AWM here, and he does go down. And GB take first blood in the second half.
I got to say, impressive to see them go for the B site, but it seems like there are so many angles that you can be hit from upon entry that it's very, very difficult to come in there. It also does seem like if you're trying to come through the machine room, it's such a grenadable area.
Yeah.
That it's tough. And so,
yeah, that too. You take a lot of damage while coming in, and also both of the members from GV, they were boosted up towards that B high, so you can't really get a big. Unless you get a clutch headshot immediately, you can't really get that many kills right after.
Oh, and Solo goes down very early here. Snox manages to take him out. As it seems that GV have decided to start using this M4.
We have 1998 peeking into the vents here. C4 has been dropped for the time being. It is a 4v5, so the strain really is on Q9 to try to pull a rabbit out of the hat here, so to speak, and come up with some way to infiltrate one of these two locations. A site is very well heavily defended here, as we have only one GV player really trying to cover the machine room here from B.
A good backup shot from Bean, though. Was able to trade at least 2v2.
C4 has been picked up, but that's over at room entry. It's going to be a long walk if he's going to plant that. C4 is now dropped as we have our last player Long completely isolated. He does take out one player. It's a 2v1. This will be a win with kills, not with a bomb, if he does manage to pull this miracle off. Coming around the corner now. Again, when you get lower numbers of players, it becomes much more ambiguous where anybody is on the map. Yeah, and if the game plan here for now is for Golden V to try to guard the bomb. Q9 player knows that. He's going to try to slip in here.
Goes through Shutter. He is about to start facing off against FaZe. does get taken down. It is once again GV getting the upper hand there.
Tied up 5-5, or 5-6, excuse me. GV now taking the lead here.
Possibly shut out the second half of the game. They're currently up 2-0. It is 6-5. As we are on board with 98 here, getting through those vents.
For now, it's going to be our Q9 players. Once again, they're all hugging the center of the map here. It's heavily smoked. A great shot there, taking out our first GV player.
Oh, with a pistol too, gets the kill, but FaZe is down. Blame is almost down too. It is a 3 versus 2. 7 and Creed's the only ones left on GV, but Q9 have 3 up right now as they hold A site very, very firmly.
Oh, if 98 wasn't the person carrying that C4, we could have actually stayed up near that AC, but losing that window would be pretty big, giving some more chances for GV to actually come down to stairs.
Greeds might try to rotate around here. Some bullets shot through the top. Got to be careful not to get your head clipped off in that moment. More nades are going to come down. 23 seconds on the clock to kill this team and defuse the bomb. 7 comes through, a kill, but it's still a 1v2. Can Creeds actually do it? He's coming forward right now. 98 just around the missile here.
Oh, and he comes over the top. Oh, not enough.
But perfect timing from 98 and being together, knowing that he has to come from AC or else he has no chance or no time to actually defuse the bomb. Good read.
Again, it's still anybody's game here. Tied up 6-6. It's been an incredible back and forth series. Right now, Q9 being patient here, trying to get a feeler out on how Golden V is going to play here. Golden V has had some, I'd say, even offense and defense this time around overall.
I would imagine with Bean, trying to catch any of the rotation from Shutter into AC can actually be an okay strategy because you don't really have FaZe towards the same part. He's actually wildly checking into that hallway, looking for any rotation from the central square, trying to get those jump shots.
Yeah, and right now it's just kind of a back and forth setting up.
Snox actually comes out into a move.
Ooh, Jayway goes
Sneaky.
down. Snox being very aggressive there, taking down Jayway.
Pressure right now on B site. Shots through the hallway here. Another nice kill. Are they going to back up and maybe even rotate around? No. In fact, they're going to push the issue here. Going into B right now, coming through the top. 98 taking shots, but does take out Creed. Over on the top here, Long coming down, and that was just insane play from Q9.
2 kills from the B bottom and immediately flashing into Cage. That flash delayed the 2 backup members for at least 2 seconds. Was enough to take all the favorable positions in the B site. Made it very easy for Q9 to basically take control over the site.
Yeah, and the intensity on Q9 there. They just saw blood in the water and they absolutely chomped on it. And they just absolutely rotated GV out of that one.
Again, this time around, Q9 with some pretty original offense here. What will they do here? Do they go back to A this time around? They've been doing a very good job of dropping the C4 to make sure that the C4, one of the players speaking doesn't get picked off. And then, if you can isolate the C4, you can play a game where you simply defend that location and stop them from picking it up. So a good play so far here from Q9. Now we wait as we're going to see if, and I do believe they're actually going to be going for A here. It looks like they're watching B and waiting for somebody to overextend here. So a few shots traded.
Yeah, Snox taking massive damage there. He is down to a slither. And Bean took about as much of what is remaining on Snox there. Both players kind of just feeling the pain right now as we're still waiting for the aggressive push from either side.
It does appear it's actually going to be B. I think they've decided that there is more defense there on A, through the peeking, through the poking. C4 might be going through the vent as there's going to be a raid here. This is a double-pronged attack. They want to try to flood this hallway here as the vent pop happens. Nice shots here, though, from Creed. Creed actually pushing there. And as they come back, another kill here by Creed, swapping into the rifle. 51 seconds remaining. 98 comes down here and cleans it up.
Just insane pushes here from Q9. This is absolutely taking GV to school in a few of these pushes right now because it just looks so clinical.
In terms of detail in how Q9 is actually pushing from Blacklist, it's as if they know exactly where GV is standing. They have read that with the first few rounds throughout to the position and says, okay, they're out here, they're out here. Usually they would stay not into the lockers, into the back room of B side. Exactly knowing the position, flashing in when they're making the entries. Those perfect flashes is making it so easy for Q9 to actually take those positions into the B side.
And now, again, we're going to have some more attention over here towards A Road. It does appear that a lot of what Q9 wants to do is see if anybody's going to peek too far out here in the defense game of A, because A is such a difficult position to retake if it's captured. But if you peek too far, then you can end up hemorrhaging parts of your team.
Well,
nice pick off there.
Yeah, we could see FaZe and Creeds here possibly wrapping around the back. But I just don't think they've got the gunplay to do it. It's all looking bad.
JY coming around here. It's a 2v3 here. But our Golden V players are all very low on HP. JY is still almost full. Blame coming up with pistol drawn.
Basically B-side open, and C4 is being controlled by Q9, so it should still be okay.
Yeah,
they can also go for that bait position.
C4 planted. B-side's not the easiest location to cover with 2 players, not like A. So let's see how exactly Golden V could try to break in here. Or Q9, excuse me.
Can Blame and 7 push through Shutter here and get the C4? They have time. 20 seconds, 15 seconds left. They've got to make a move at some point as JW takes an absolute beating there, but lays one on 7-2. JW gets a kill. It is down to 1 versus 2, but Blame goes down.
I would say this is a winning strategy. Q9, after knowing that both players has to come through A side, has to take a long way path into cage or from the machine room. After checking machine room, they thought, okay, we don't actually have to go for the bait towards the cage. We're immediately going for that B side.
It also seemed like they were sharing too much of the same line of sight there, and they were able to share shots. Right now, Q9 coming through. It's a 3v3. Things are picking up so quickly over here. We see Long, another great shot down there. It's a 2v2. FaZe and Creeds for Solo and JY.
Oh,
unbelievable!
Q9 do it. They wrap it up. Match is done. Q9 take it.
Incredible play there from Q9 with a 2-0 victory, but it was a close 2-0. In the first game, we saw Q9 a win away from complete victory, but Golden V catching back up and almost stealing that win back. And of course, in game 2, I think so far the real highlight for these two teams fighting. It was a back and forth, a rotation between many A plants there. An excellent job there by Golden V, but Q9 really showing that they are able to take both sides with a better understanding of the map in both offense and defense.
Yeah, you can't really blame Golden V for coming out all the way at the end, because so far in their GR, their defense was working out somewhat, but not really, especially when there was a big detailed attack coming out from Q9. They were broken through, and especially towards the later stage of the game in the sub-base. So better to come out and look for that final round. If they can't, they better lose the match.
Yeah, and that final round was an absolute clown fiesta with just bodies dropping way quicker than we'd seen throughout the rest of the match. It was just so quick.
What an exciting series. And we've talked about the different narratives coming in here. Of course, the pride of China on the line as Crossfire is one of the main games, of course, Warcraft 3 and a few others in China's rich history of esports. But you know, the Chinese are very proud of the games that they devote the most attention to. And I think it was very important here that they could prove against a German team. You know, the EU, again, has been just a deadly weapon when it comes to FPS games, of course, historically in Counter-Strike, but many other games as well. Look, the Germans took it to the Chinese here, but ultimately Q9 came out on top, and I think we really saw that it was map awareness, the exploits on each of the maps, the way they were able to position themselves, the way they were able to, if they did get into a bad spot, reclaim with good rotations. A well-deserved win here from Q9.
Do you know what's absolutely scary? Q9 is considered the weakest of the Chinese teams.
I know, it's insane. Q9 really is, out of the 6 teams, on paper the weakest. But Golden V, as strong as they looked, Q9 overcame them, but we have yet to cast a Brazilian match, which will be coming up next. The Brazilians are the strongest country Latin America, the strongest region, therefore, when it comes to Crossfire. They dominated in 2019 in a Brazil versus Brazil finals. We're going to see how they do here in 2020. But for now, the first result is that Q9 takes the first victory here in the Crossfire 2020 Global Finals.
And what is horrifying is that Golden V have to pick themselves up so quickly because they're up next against VG.
Yeah, stamina does become a thing in moments like this, right? You just play an intense series like that. The adrenaline is going. And they have a loss now. Now they're going to go up against the favorites of this group.
Oh, yes. That might be tough, but it wasn't a total stop towards one side. So you're all warmed up for the next match to actually go through. Sometimes, even if it's a strong favorite, when you just come up on stage, of course, you do have the waiting room to practice and get warmed up. But when you're on stage, you do get that different feeling. Once you get that adrenaline running inside of you, sometimes you just come up with a better result. So match 2 should still be very exciting.
We're going to see what kind of play our Brazilian team is going to bring here. Keep in mind, they are allowed to spectate these games here now, and they're certainly going to have an idea of some of the strategies coming here from Golden V.
We could see Port and Subbase get completely banned out, and therefore VG won't have any extra information going in against GV.
When you look at the number of teams we have, I don't think you're able to pocket a lot of strategies, right? Like every single map is huge. You have to play to win. You can't come into this and say, well, we're going to use these strats against the Chinese players, and when we beat them, then we're going to bring out the really tough strats against the Brazilians. Guys, we are going to go to an interview now. Let's see how our team is feeling, Q9.
Hello everybody, the opening match is over, and I am here with Jiawei of Q9. You had an excellent first match. Tell me, how do you feel about your performance in set number 1?
你感想你如何？
现在很激动吧，然后专心准备好下一场比赛。
We're very excited and we are going to get ready for the next match.
So what does it mean to you to set the tone winning the very first match of this tournament? Do you feel like this is going to give you the momentum to go all the way? How do you feel as a team?
你觉得你们赢了这个有什么意思？就是说，你们觉得你们赢了第一场，会不会赢到你们冠军这样子？
我觉得开门红吧，然后会尽力的，接下来准备好接下来的比赛，然后会尽全力的打好。
Yeah, we're feeling good and we're gonna get ready for the next few matches, and we're going to do our best.
Excellent. Is there anything that you have to say to your fans back home in China?
想跟你们的粉丝说一句话吗？
感谢粉丝们的支持吧，然后我们不会辜负你们的期望的。
Thank you for your support. We won't let you down.
Excellent. Congratulations once again to Q9. Our next matchup is Vincent Gaming versus Golden V, and we'll be right back.
We must stay apart now. From time to time, we can't feel the enjoyment of being together. Crossfire. We can stand together as one. We can be together. CFS.
Welcome back to the 2020 Crossfire Grand Finals. We just wrapped up our first best of three. It was a China versus Germany match. The Germans proved to be very worthy opponents, but ultimately Q9, our Chinese team, came out on top.
But it wasn't like a total stomp. I mean, 10-8 and I believe 10-6. The second match did go a little bit faster. Of course, Golden V did think, okay, they are going to be a very hard hill to climb, so let's just try to close it out with the best style that we can. Did not really work out for them. So Q9 does stand up one on top of everyone else, but we are yet to see a Brazilian team on stage.
And of course, the Brazilians are the most powerful country when it comes to Crossfire. Although historically, China has been very much into the Crossfire esports scene. In the last few years, the Brazilians have proven to be the best players out there. And now we're going to have a Europe versus Latin America match, or Germany versus Brazil. Now, the Germans looked pretty good against Q9. Golden V looking good, but how are they going to fare here against Vincent Gaming, who many are saying is the best team in the tournament?
I mean, before that last game, we said that Q9 was one of the weaker teams in this group, and they made work of GV. I just don't see GV really getting much traction in this game against VG, because VG are just a class above everyone else. It's not just Q9, it's not just GV. They're just way above everyone.
Not just that, but we already had Golden V play their matches against Q9. There's not a lot of games that you're going to be playing in the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals. And the truth is, of course, Vincent Gaming is allowed to spectate those games. They already have a fairly good idea of how Golden V plays, and I can't really imagine that there's that many other strategies that Golden V is going to use here that could be that different than their games against Q9.
So talking about strategy, I think if we go to a very traditional older maps like Black Widow, then I think Vincent Gaming will just handle it down easily. But I think exactly as you mentioned, Golden V, I think they have to go for another challenge, like a specific map strategy if they really want to get this win. Because Vincent Gaming, the defending champion, of course, with a slight different roster, but still they were able to prove that they are the best, basically the best from the America region. Coming very close, but second.
We are just in the beginnings here of the CFS 2020 Grand Finals. We're in Group A right now. We just finished our first best of three, of course, with Q9 coming out on top of the 2-0 victory against Golden V. Tomorrow we have Group B, where we will begin to wrap up the group phase. On the third day, we will have the final teams remaining. And of course, on Sunday, you do not want to miss it, the third place, fourth place match, as well as the Grand Finals. Almost $1 million on the line. That's life-changing money no matter what region you're from.
I mean, if you give me 10% of that, that would change my life, let alone all of it. You know, that's a lot of money.
Give me 5%, that'll change my life.
Yeah, there's so much pressure here. Again, our players were in quarantine here for 2 weeks due to the restrictions, of course, because of COVID-19 here. They flew in it. They were each player was isolated in their hotel room. It's got to be a stressful situation sitting there waiting. I don't imagine the Wi-Fi in the hotel was that great, but they're out for this small period of time to compete. We are one of the few events in the entire world that is able to have this happen here live with different regions all coming together.
I mean, the quarantine itself might be beneficial for some of these teams, that they got to sit around in a hotel. They can't go and explore, because you go to another country, you want to go see the sights. You want to go at least take a day off and explore the country. They haven't had that opportunity, so it has been sitting at their desks, working things out, practicing, like trying new things. I think that might just be why we've seen so many of these teams come out the gates absolutely running and just slapping down each other. It's been intense so far.
And in this match here, I do begin to wonder, of course, what kind of stamina is Golden V going to have? You know, all the adrenaline has moved through them here in the first series. Q9 has a little bit of a break, and I think a pretty positive break, of course, now knowing that they've won that first match. Probably a big stress reliever, but Golden V, who had, again, a very close match against Q9, is now going against the giant of the group, Vincent Gaming.
Yeah, sometimes when you are online, when you're actually at the offline event, it is not the same as just practicing and having those matches online. You spend a lot more stamina, a lot more energy offline at the stage. So sometimes when you have back-to-back matches, especially towards the end, you lose the concentration, you lose some of those shots, and that can be the deciding factor of the match.
Taking a closer look here is Golden Bee. Now, each of these players looked really phenomenal. I think FaZe had a little bit of a hard time off and on here, but overall, I think we saw pretty clean and effective play. Coming into this, again, I think we're going to see in the first 3 or 4 rounds here exactly how strong of a team Golden Bee is when they are pitted against the top. Of course, Vincent Gaming has been around for a long time, and they're used to winning. They're used to dominating. On some level, these Brazilian teams have to look down a little bit on the other regions.
I mean, you look at VG's, like, their history. Their first season in CFEL, second. Then they came first again. Then they won the grand finals of the CFS 2019. They came second this year, and they came second in their invitational. They are a team that do not know how to lose. And sure, they might finish second, but coming second is still an accomplishment.
Absolutely. You know, Vincent Gaming, it was really incredible seeing how passionate these guys have been in the past. They know they want it. It's also fascinating as the world becomes, you know, more technologically advanced. We have parts of the world you don't default think of being strong. And I think that's really been the story here with Brazil in the last couple years, becoming a crossfire powerhouse. We've had similar stories in Tekken where it turns out the Pakistanis were incredible players. There was a microcosm there of real competitors that turned out to be completely changing the meta of the game. And this is one of the things I love about watching esports develop, no matter what game it is seeing that these different regions do have gamers, they do have passionate players, and they do have a deep understanding of the game. And you know, when I first casted the Crossfire World Finals years and years and years ago, I always assumed China was going to maintain its dominance throughout, not just with their passionate scene for esports, but with the sheer volume of people. But now we're seeing the Brazilians come out, and they may be maintaining that mantle here in the 2020 Grand Finals.
Well, I mean, years ago, there were inklings of Brazil kind of taking over. They were getting second place in Worlds, and then they finally jumped over that last hurdle, and they've been there twice. Looking at the bands, Ankara and Compound are banned, which means we're going Port, Subbase, then Black Widow if we need it.
So we're going to have the same maps again. Port and Subbase, even in the same order here. Now, we saw on Port, it did seem, at least on the first game here in the Grand Finals with Q9 and Golden V, that the defenders did have an edge. It was very hard to infiltrate either A or B side. Very rarely do we have a bomb plant here. Let's see what happens this time around as we have Golden V going up against Vincent Gaming.
Yeah, Vincent Gaming is an extremely aggressive team. Less likely without a sniper with 5-man rifle, so they're going to have speed. They're going to boom up the momentum. They might actually be able to bring down Golden V very quickly. It might not be the same as what we had from match number 1.
We are now ready to get this going. This is our second best of 3. Golden Bee versus Vincent Gaming in the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals.
Yeah, not in this time with an AWM, but oftentimes you don't really. Oftentimes you do see a lot of not just Vincent Gaming, also Black Dragons with the 5 rifles. This Nox with an early boost.
It appears to be the Brazilian meta to try that out here. Already GB with some decent defense, a 1-1 trade here, making it a 4v4. Again, Vincent Gaming coming here as the offenders. It's going to be up to Golden V to be on defense, at least for the first half of this game, as Vincent Gaming will be trying to invade and possibly plant the bomb if the situation serves it correctly.
Yeah, right now it looks like they're looking at moving into B with the C4. We do have 3 players walking up through B road, but we'll see how it goes from here. There is still 1 player out over by Central Street.
I'll tell you what, it looks like B-side's fairly naked. Only 1 player covering for the time being. There are several different ways you can nade either into the warehouse or out, but Vincent Gaming actually being pretty conservative, rotates out. Creed's covering this. I think it could have been a moment they would invade, but of course in a game of imperfect information, you don't know that for sure. Instead, Vincent Gaming now coming in here through Central Passage, maybe itching to hit A or B. We're going to find out in a second as nades are thrown.
Yeah, immediately into that bridge side. Using the Central Passage on the back of this pretty good 7, taking 2 down. That's good enough, making it a 3v2.
Yeah, Notsin finally cleaning that up. Cleans up Blame as well. And I mean, look at this. This is now 2 versus 2. And I mean, Vincent are kind of stuck between two Golden V players, but FaZe goes down. Notsin manages to take him down, and we only have Creeds who has to push over from B into A, and he's going to find it very difficult walking into Ryozo and Notsin.
Oh, the big problem, Notsin's only got very low HP.
Shots fired here. One straight bullet, and Notsin is out. Notsin crouching right now, taking cover. Got to be careful for shots possibly through that crate, and that is going to be a beautiful play by Vincent Gaming. Notsin with first blood here, taking that 1-0 victory. And we have to remember, that was less than 5% HP there for Notsin, so clutch play with the kill.
I mean, you guys wouldn't have heard it, but VG just absolutely popped off on that. It was looking so rough. He had nothing left. How did he manage to do it? There was barely a pixel on the screen for hit points for Notsin there.
And frankly, I think it was an unfavorable position he was in. It was very hard to get that peak kill off, but that's Vincent Gaming for you. Expect great things from them here in the grand finals. Again, now we have, similar to the closing there of game one, in game two, we have Vincent Gaming once again pushing, peaking, and now it looks like retracting from Central Passage as they are itching to find a place to infiltrate.
And now with that rotation from Snox going all the way out to the loading dock, all the way far into that A long, pretty much GV pretty much knows that the rotation has to be towards the B side or into the bridge. Now he's falling for that bait spot all the way into that loading dock.
Snox is playing very aggressive here. He is very deep in the loading dock, waiting for that rotation. Maybe it'll come as it looks as though VG are going through sideways into A-long.
VG already taking some damage here, but they still have a 5-man team pushing. This is a very cool defensive position here with Snox way in the corner. No pun intended, could end up with some crossfire on either side there. But VG, now this is what I love about them. They nade, they retreat, and look at the speed. This is very different from the way that Golden V did with their offense. Vincent Gaming is much more decisive. Look at this quick rotation over here. Golden V right now, a little bit uncertain. Now there's 47 seconds on the clock. That's plenty of time for a possible penetration here and a bomb plant here. Again, rotating back into the middle.
I mean, Golden V kind of read it. They did split back out, but oh, 7 gets 2. Does get taken down by Mines, but it is 3 versus 2 right now.
Immediately taking it back, and also they have control because FaZe is still alive from that A site. Wanted to go towards the bridge, but it was going to be free kills going for FaZe. So good rotation into B with less than 17 seconds on the clock, though.
It's going to be up to Blaine here. One more player remaining here. It's going to be tough here. And that will be it. We're tied up 1-1 here. Excellent defense here by Golden V, but it is very terrifying to see the mobility here, the fluidity of Vincent Gaming. You can see they nade a location, they rotate back, they peek. There were periods where, if they're not 100% sure, they're not going to go for it. But it's got to be very tough here for Golden V to try to track them. And this time, opposite play here, a total rush into the bomb site as they come forward now. Vincent Gaming now at 3v4 as they're going to try to take a flame here on the side. He's taken down as well.
Oh, this is an absolute bloodbath right now. Basically fighting through that back street. Can GV hold on? VG have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to health. FaZe and 7 are low. Lucam is pretty okay.
C4 is down right now. He's going to try to get the pickup over here. It's tough. More nades are coming down.
Fefikin can get back up. Understanding that there's AWM, he's not really pressuring too much. There's a lot of time, so they can still rotate towards A if they really want to.
Yeah, they still haven't planted C4. I thought they'd have put that down already.
Yeah, he was stuck on the low ground there. He's run up the stairs, he's planted it, adding a 40-second timer here to the clock. Nice shot here by FaZe. It's a 1v1. 30 seconds now remain here.
Yeah, Fefe will be thinking there's a rotation towards that B entrance instead of the back street.
Yeah, but he does take a look down back street. He's looking, peeking.
Spotted.
Spotted. Pre-shot there. Again, he just needs to buy time. He does not know that he's actually slipped over to the side. Beautifully done there, Fefe. And you can see how hyped they are all getting.
That drag was...
This could have been a 3-0 on either side here, but with sick gunplay in the last second of each round, we're seeing Vincent Gaming. It's not just about strategy, it's about accuracy and reaction as well.
I mean, pure skill definitely does seem to favor VG right now because they are playing phenomenally. They look barely even challenged. These moments where it's 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, normally in the Q9 match, we saw it end. It was just 3 kill 1. This way, it looks so damn close.
And Snox are again challenging all the way into the dock. Didn't really find him in the perfect position. Pretty nice timing by Mendez to challenge him. Yeah, it's already too bad. It's only into round 4 and 2 from BL side.
Now, Golden V, although they're losing slightly here, they are doing a good job. The problem is that these headshots, these snap reflexes here for Vincent Gaming are completely terrifying. And now we're once again having a little bit of poking here between the tunnels as they're debating which side to actually hit over here.
Yeah, sometimes if you are going down this far and understanding how good your opponents are, even if they are better than you, sometimes you just have to go all in, like 1-4 defense, defending B only.
The B is being pushed here. Lucam gets Blame. Creed gets Ryazu. Lucam gets Creed as well. And it looks like a very comfortable B for VG right now.
Yeah, they've come in here now, and B-side is going to have the bomb planted, as we just now see. And let's find out if Golden V can try to break this, but this is tough. This is a narrow area. There's a high ground and a low ground you have to be able to cover from, and now it is one player here with a sniper rifle. There's no way, and I can hear the cheers here from Vincent Gaming as they are feeling momentum on their side.
Oh, yes. Yeah, 3-1. Start off from BL. That's one of the best starts you can actually have. And even in port, when you just literally just attacked into B side, everything you tried out worked, and one more from the bridge. So all you're really left with was A, and oftentimes this attack was started with Snox sneaking out all the way into the A long side, which he's not trying that out anymore. Mendez again.
Oh, it's an absolute slaughter
open.
again. B-side has been completely cleared out. They haven't even lost a man. And it looks as though the C4 is going to get planted. And it is a 5 versus 2 in this game.
And it looks like we are in the twilight of Game 5 here as Vincent Gaming closes it out again. I want to point out alternative defense here from Golden V. I like it. It didn't work out, but they actually camped in warehouse to try to preempt the poking that would come in there. But of course, with Vincent Gaming's unbelievable reaction time, they just shot that down and then invaded, dominating B.
Yeah, GV barely peeked out towards that B road. They immediately shot off by Mendez, catching one more off with the rifle, looking towards the other angle. I mean, GB, they're trying a few different things, but every single time they're trying new things, VG seems to be a step ahead every single time. So when it comes down to this side of a situation, when you're losing way too many rounds from the global risk side, sometimes leaving one side open actually works out. If it comes down this bad.
Map smoked here for the time being. You can see the caution they have this time trying to go in a warehouse. They're ready for anybody that might be camping in here this time around.
Yeah, but it does look like a full push into B, and there's only 2 on GV defending that slot. We have 3 over by A, so they're going to need a very quick rotation, Golden V, to help push and defend this. And it looks as though that rotation is going to come, but is it going to come quick enough?
We have 7 and Creeds on the low ground here with Blame hiding behind the crate. But you can see they already pre-fired through that.
7 in the back, manages to clean up some, but it is a 3 versus 3.
The flash is good, but a lot of time for 7 to actually be in the lower ground, but Snox keeping everything alive towards the B-bomb site.
You can see the positional setup there by Golden V was actually very, very good. There were so many angles, it was too hard to cover, and I think that's the best defense we've had from Golden V overall. I want to go back. There was 1 player behind the crate, 2 on the low ground, nobody on the high ground there. And as they spilled through, you can see that although many shots were made through the crate, they were able to thin out the numbers enough that then the rest of Golden V could come in there and actually clean that up. So we're seeing Golden V, our German team, begin to adapt.
Yeah, good defense there. Baiting by the 2 men that were in the lower ground, and Blame didn't really have a single shot until they actually came in. So it actually became a greater baiting spot into that B box.
Yeah, VG tend to stick together and create basically a bullet wall for their enemies to kind of walk into, which that's how they win. Look, again, you can see it's a 4 or 5 man push into B. They just create these bullet walls, and hopefully the opponent's just standing inside of it, which we have seen 4 times already against Golden V. And this is another aggressive push. We can see no real quick rotation, but none needed on the side of GV, as it is a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 4.
Absolutely incredible there by Golden V. I do wonder if Vincent Gaming is maybe being a little bit too cavalier, running into the B site like that over and over. It was working initially, but I like the adjustments, the small micro adjustments that Golden V has made. They've basically set up, the problem with invading through warehouse, which is the only way you can realistically get if there's any kind of straight up rush on port, and you're going to hit B, is that you can eat so many grenades as you're all clustered through there, and from there, even a few pistol shots can kill you off. So this time we're seeing Vincent Gaming try to adapt, a little bit more calculated with their movement here. It looks like they're flirting with the idea of possibly hitting the A site.
Yeah, Nelson is deep on that B side, though, and we do see a quick rotation here from VG as they are looking again to push B, faking out that A side push going into B, but the C4 is still very much in that middle section.
Yeah, they can still rotate from the central passage and right into the bridge side or even into A, as they have yet to peek out offensively into that A long with 5 rifles.
We're waiting to see if they're actually going to breach here through mid. Smokes are down. There's still 1 minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. Vincent Gaming inching forward here. And we're seeing a pretty good rotation here from Golden V coming back out, trying to check mid. It looks like actually B is completely exposed, but the C4 is down.
GV took a lot of hits there. There is only Snox alive. He does manage to get 1. Can he get 2 and 3? That is going to be the question. He is very, very healthy.
Shots fired over there. A nade thrown. Is the C4 picked up? C4 is grabbed. C4 is down, but so is the last Golden V player. Clutch play here by Vincent Gaming.
Yeah, in that position, Snox basically knew C4 is down right at the try there, but still, you just have to go for that long shot. You can't really, you just have to keep that C4 alive. He was also low HP with just 8. Now another rush into B side. Knotson already in.
Yeah, they're already kind of taking a lot of damage. Blame is still up. Creed's is still going. And he does eventually fall. 7 still has quite a bit, but it is 4 versus 2.
This is going to be hard to win here. You can see he's not clear on where his opponents are. He's going to come in here from behind, but you have to imagine there's 360 degrees of possible damage that could be taken. And that was so much closer and so much cooler than I thought it was going to be. It's 5-4.
Yeah, which it started with 3-1, actually leading with the BL side. So Golden V tried to adjust with 1 more member into that B side. That round was certainly huge with Flame and also Creed with 7 in defense. That actually worked out so much better right after that round. Even if Vincent Gaming, they tried to rush into B side a lot more often. The defense, it seemed like they got under control with just 2 men right after that moment.
Taking an advantage with BL on this map going into game 2 where you're going to switch over to the GR side. It's still not looking good for GV, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think Vincent Gaming got a little bit too lax in the middle of the first half of that round. Let's see what happens, though. Vincent Gaming had excellent offense. How is their defense going to be here this time around?
I think that's one thing they were lacking, because knowing that FaZe is up from A top, you can't really challenge into the main sniper as Vincent Gaming. They do have Knotson and Mendez with the snipers oftentimes, but they always switch through between AKs.
Okay, again, poking here from mid here by Golden V. A slow start to round 1 here. Shots fired, spraying through the smoke here. We actually have a lot of damage being eaten on both sides here. Vincent Gaming getting pretty squishy. It's a 4v3 right now. Schnox actually taking some hits here as well.
And he does go down. There's still 7 in Creeds who have a lot of hit points between them, but it is a 4 versus 2. But VG are very, very hurt on most of their core players.
It's a 4 versus 1 here. Vincent Gaming, there's a million ways they can close this out right now. Creeds is moving around on the map. He's looking, he's searching, and there is no answer, as now Vincent Gaming takes it 6-1 with excellent defense in the second part of our first game.
Yeah, Mendez there kind of wised up on what would be happening, like a sneaky rotation into A, but Mendez gets him down. So we'll see what happens in this one. We do see Central Street again being the...
Wow. This doesn't happen too often, but Rizal's just making it work. Golden V, losing a member like this again and again is going to hurt even further.
Great shots through the smoke here, making that absolutely impassable for the time being. Again, it's Golden V right now just beginning to get their hit points chewed away. We've already lost Snox. 7 is a little bit below half HP. And there's a chance Vincent Gaming might be taking this team out before they ever get anywhere near the bomb site.
Yeah, it is not looking good. VG have only taken hits on Mendez, who is on that sniper. Anyone who is aggressive, they're basically at full HP. I mean, what are you going to do? It's going to be really hard for GV to find the rotations, to find the angles, to take down VG when it's 5 versus 3.
And they switch up and boost into that A-pass access road, making Rizal grabbing another kill, 5-0 right now, just giving no space for GV to make any easy rotation.
They're separated too.
Yeah, the game continues to go on here, but we're just seeing GV just begin to disappear. One by one, they're getting shot down. They're not able to make any real headway on the map. FaZe did manage to take out Rizal, but how much more can he actually do? We have a second kill here.
FaZe can do a lot by himself, but 1v5, let's see.
Every kill he gets reveals a little bit more of where he is on the map. There's another kill. Oh my God! What a great game, though. You could see it started to get a little bit tense there for Vincent Gaming. His FaZe was going around one by one. The Grim Reaper killing off each player.
That was absolute filth. My God! If he'd have won that game, that would have been a highlight of the tournament. And we're only on day 1, match 2.
Okay, we have Vincent Gaming going into warehouse now. But again, I'm sorry, they're going to back up now. Vincent Gaming still guarding this area pretty well.
Golden V, I think they wanted to bait.
Look at that position.
One of the players out from the bait spot from B, and then making a big rotation into that middle area.
Kreese does get knots in,
so peeked out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. He does get taken down without much of a fight here.
We're waiting to see if the B site is going to be invaded here. You can see Vincent Gaming. Right now, it's just Lucom protecting this one spot. We already have Fefe has been being picked off here by Blame.
Yeah, Fefe was trying to like wrap around behind and come in at the back of GV and was just shut down by Blame. So good read of the game by GV right now, but VG again showing that they just have skills for days.
Vincent Gaming going to try to come in here. We do have the bomb site breach. The bomb is being planted. Lucom over here on the edge. It's going to be against Kreese. He's taken out. And that was an incredible victory here by Golden V. Our German team, they're holding their own here against Vincent Gaming.
Yeah, they did manage to get that final kill. I think Lucom's positioning was just a bit too scripted at that point, and it just made it a little bit too easy to defend. But still, it is looking like a heavily contested game. VG looked as though they were going to run away with it in the first 2 rounds, and now it's looking like GV are coming back.
We're going to see if they can keep the ball rolling. It's 5-7. Vincent Gaming just a few less wins away from becoming the victor here in this best of 3.
Yeah, I think Vincent Gaming just got slightly a little too excited with those positioned in the previous round. Actually reaching out to the side of BL when you don't really have that much map control, especially towards that bridge.
Yeah, Snox is firing down center, but has quickly moved away into that B site. So is the rotation going to work this time? Are they going to decide to move over to A? It does look like B is more open.
One of the mini games you see on this is, can you pick off 1 or 2 players and then rotate somewhere else? It does seem like the game plan here from Vincent Gaming, and we saw this with Golden V, was to basically not have anybody overexposed onto B site. That does seem to be the more desirable location to rush into, and instead to rely on nades and cross-firing sniper spots here so that it's tougher to move in. The area's been smoked, but I don't know that Vincent Gaming is actually going to push it any further.
Well, I mean, FaZe has already gone down here. So GV are a man down, and they've eaten a bit of damage, but VG are very, very healthy, and they have a nice defensive spread here. Can they capitalize on this? It does look as though a rotation from GV is going to push into that A site.
Yeah, Rizal just keeping that middle section cornered up, and there's a big entry into A site though.
There's still plenty of players in the game right now and not very much time left. 30 seconds, nades being thrown here. We do have a lot of presence with Golden V over here on the site. The bomb is now down. We have 35 seconds in this game remaining. Vincent Gaming coming around. Will they be able to reclaim A?
It's going to be real difficult, especially when 7 takes Ryo down like that.
And after not seeing anyone else, I think Notson, he smells it, takes down 7.
Can he get the defuse, though? Still 15 seconds in this game.
Does get Snox. He needs one more and the defuse. It's going to need to be quick. There's a bit of back and forth here.
Oh! Here's the sound. Immediately snatches it back and gets the shot. Knowing that he's very low HP, all he had to do was just get the crossfire at the right person, get the final kill.
Excellent play here. Now 6-7. Vincent Gaming barely in the lead. Golden V with some clutch play. I got to say, Golden V really adapting and tuning their play to a very different Vincent Gaming here.
Yeah, GV seem to have adapted a lot better to this matchup than they did in that Q9 matchup where they kind of just got walked over a little bit. So I really like what I'm seeing out of GV against what many would say would be the more difficult opponents.
It's got to be a tense moment here for Vincent Gaming. They're really having to fight to take this game, and they may, in fact, lose this. And if they lose here, who knows? They might be losing one of the other maps as well. And we've got our first big upset here at the Grand Final.
Yeah, that can certainly be possible, but with the base spot from FaZe, not going down anytime soon, taking 2 down, that's easy. Still 5v4 now. Golden V might be lost, but still trying out A site.
Yeah, and you can see VG just wrapping around, making life difficult there. They kind of cornered GV ever so slightly into that A side. And I mean, that is just a difficult position to break for FaZe.
That was pretty sick. Great job there by FaZe. It's a 2v1 right now. FaZe is being hunted. Now, where exactly can he go? The C4 is down. Vincent Gaming will be guarding that, no doubt.
Yeah, one of the best headshotters with the pistol. So you can certainly make impossible possible.
He's got 55 seconds here. He knows where the bomb is. It's very cool to see Vincent Gaming's movement here. They're actually leaving the C4, which I didn't expect. It looks like they know that a sniper is probably going to slowly approach this, so maybe they can pistol him down from behind. If they do go through tunnels, I guess they're not. They're going to rotate through the B site.
Yeah, understanding that A long can be a better position for FaZe to actually get one pick off and then immediately back off and get the second kill. And I think Vincent Gaming made the right choice. And even if he plant an A site, it can actually be an easier rotation for VG to go towards access road and into A site immediate. That rotation can be pretty easy by VG.
Yeah, but now they know that he's going to be around A, so they can get into a much better position. And FaZe just didn't have the goods there.
A lot to talk about back there. I mean, the fact that he used the clock so effectively, and he knew the guy is a sniper player. Okay, you can't easily close in on that. You have to be very cautious. And so in the last 10 seconds, they then push into B. That's the moment where you have to plant the bomb, and that's how that shot was taken off. Beautiful play.
Yeah, and their defense into B, like that rotation down, up through B, was so smart because it just shut down the door. They knew he wouldn't be there. They knew he would be in A. They knew he'd be going after the bomb. So they just outplayed him. They thought 3 steps further ahead than what FaZe did in that part of the game.
As the game continues on now, it's 4-5. Vincent Gaming barely, 6-8 here, barely in the lead. But I got to say, Golden V is really playing the series of their lives here. They're looking incredible. FaZe has already been picked out. Vincent Gaming doing an excellent job of different strategic rotations here.
Yeah, with a pretty fast spawn and the rotation into that B entrance. Yeah, VG pushed out into the entrance using that smoke, and immediately Golden V thought, okay, there's got to be a aggressive push. Didn't really push into B entrance at all.
Shocks is going to be picked on. Shocks with just insane play there. Snox really giving it to Vincent Gaming. This actually could turn the tides of this game here. 3v4 right now. Vincent Gaming is staying back here, but 3 players is not enough to cover 2 bomb sites against 4 players. And it does seem like Golden V is going to instead try to inch in here, maybe into the B site. We'll see. The bomb has been dropped. Of course, 45 seconds is plenty of time to hit either site.
But This is a clock ticking down for BL because they got a lot more a lot more pressure for the Global Risk to actually defend.
But it looks as though it is kind of being read by VG here. And look at that, you can see instantly Knudsen on the rotation over to A, but he might not need it. Mendez does get Creeds. Blame takes down Mendez. Lukaum is down. It is 1 versus 3.
But this is a lot of low HP players. A bullet here, a bullet there. You can win this game. Snox is down, 7 low, but he's got to watch his right. To the right is another, yep, there it is. Good job there. Drawing the fire away, allowing Blame to blindside him. That's exactly how you win a 2v1. You can't have your gun pointed in 2 different directions at once, and that is how we are at 7-8. It's anybody's game right now.
They can totally go for Golden V if they can carry this kind of momentum in the second half. It's continuing. Vincent Gaming challenging them a little bit too far into that BL side. I think Vincent Gaming can just stay put and look for that attack to come at them instead of going out into that BL side.
Well, very different this time. No one has that central street covered on VG. You can see they've gone 3 and 2 between B and A. So, I mean, Golden V might be looking here to make a weird rotation because they might be going from over to A.
Yeah, this is exactly happening because VG oftentimes they don't have a sniper. Usually when they have five rifles, they open up the midsection, especially after Rizal taking so many members through with that headshot, with the through shot through the wall right in the middle. I don't think Golden V will be even thinking about pushing mid.
But they are pushing A.
Oh man, this is a nade-rich location here. It looks like Golden V may have to turn around.
Good flash. FF is actually going to continue spraying shots.
Snox does go down real early here.
Yeah, Blame, you're getting a little greedy because Fefe cannot really escape from the box. But rest of the members are already making a big rotation into that B site.
And with good defense here, we're seeing Golden V continue to try to find an answer here, try to find a way to get through somehow. But they've eaten a lot of bullets. They lost that firefight back there over at A site. Now they're trying to find another location to get through. But every hit you take is going to put you that much closer to being knocked out if anything is pointed at you.
Yeah, that rotation into the access road was spotted, so rotation should come for A immediately for VG.
Heavily pushing down on A. Blame takes out Riazel, but Lukaum gets 2. Can he get 3?
Knudsen taking some cover there after being flashed. FaZe looking around, he's taken out. And Vincent Gaming is now up 9-7. If Vincent Gaming wins one more game, they have won the first round. Golden V has to win several more games consecutively. They're not allowed to make any more mistakes here as we are close to the end of here. Everything on board. Oh my God!
It's so much damage! That nade actually did close to 150 damage on 3 members. Wow.
That was insane. Before I was even able to finish my summary there, the nade did so much damage, and I don't know. I got my fingers crossed for Golden V here, but this is going to be a miracle if they can take out 4 full health Vincent Gaming players.
Oh man, and FaZe is down up to 7 to clutch it out. He can get few, but Knudsen's going to take that final kill, and map 1 goes to Vincent Gaming.
It was a close series, though.
It was very, very close. We were expecting VG to kind of run away with it, especially after that first start on BL. But, I mean, GV made it difficult for VG, and there is a lot for them to take away from this map that they can bring into the second map.
My takeaway here really is that Vincent Gaming is able to adapt. I think they had a strong showing. They were aggressive. They were organized. The symbiosis of the players together, you could see it very clearly, but maybe they got a little bit overconfident, or maybe we could say that Golden V really adapted. But again, the fluidity here of Vincent Gaming, they altered their play style. They focused a little bit more on A when it came to offense. They also had very good cover of the bases before they were ever actually breached. It was very hard for Golden V to ever get in there without losing players, without taking damage. And even when they did lose a position, Vincent Gaming was then able to reclaim it.
Yeah, that map, I feel like that was certainly a map where Golden V should have taken, because knowing that it's sub-base next and Black Widow is one of the maps that Vincent Gaming is known to be the best for, and knowing that Black Widow is the map number 3, if the fact that Golden V already lost map number 1, we might just have another 2-0 here.
It's very possible. We'll see. I think sub-base allows for a little bit more variety. We're taking a quick shot at the highlights of this game. Again, Vincent Gaming has terrifying aim. I think Golden V is obviously very strong, but there's these moments where Vincent Gaming just snap shoots down players, and it's insane.
Yeah, VG just seem to have like skills in buckets. Their rotations are great. Their aim is just divine. I mean, look at some of these here. Nutson absolutely blasting away GV there. I mean, the guy is a monster.
Really impressive play here. Again, Vincent Gaming is the strongest group on paper here in Group A. But Golden V, which I think it's fair to say, look, I mean, they are strong, but they are holding their own here. But again, sub-base, a different map, different play styles. I think the bases on sub-base are more invadable, are more claimable. So let's see what kind of defense and offense these guys are going to have here. We are now having our players join into the lobby. Do you guys think that we can have Golden V come back?
It's possible because one of their best map is sub-base for sure, and they need it now or never because they're down. They were down against Q9. It wasn't like they were stopped like 10-0, 10-1, 10-2. Oftentimes they came close, but it seems to me they're losing a lot of their concentration and rotational speed when it comes down to the second half of every single map today.
Yeah, they just seem to be kind of giving it away. But Golden V, I mean, the first map against Q9 on port, they were better in the second half of that map than the first half. The first half it was 8-1. But on sub-base, they were a lot stronger when they were on the BL side. Their GR side was just not good enough against Q9. And they have to kind of bring it back up. That GR side needs to be near damn perfect for GV going into this against VG.
Well, our players are about to start game number 2. The lobby is filling up, and the game is loading. Right now, Vincent Gaming with a 1-0 lead against Golden V. Golden V just now losing 0-2 against Q9. They are fighting for their tournament lives. Let's get this going as round 1 has started on map number 2.
Yeah, pretty big aggressive push into the machine room immediately. But a pretty good response from Vincent Gaming to fire back into the machine room, fair base.
This is one of the most aggressive games we've seen here so far. It's already a 2v1. Fefe with almost full HP against FaZe and Creeds. FaZe and Creeds are a bit split up here. This is going to be tough for Fefe. It's going to have to be FaZe and Creeds working together here, and it just does not work out as Fefe is gunned down, and Golden V takes the first game. That was, I think, literally the most action-packed, shortest round we've had on this map so far.
That's exactly what Golden V needed, knowing that Vincent Gaming, they were from the qualifier from their regional 6-0, did not lose a single map in sub-base. And most of the time, it was pretty much stomped 10-2, 10-3. So that was a great round to start off.
I mean, I blinked at the beginning of that and missed half the action.
Yeah,
That was
same.
just ridiculously quick. But this one, much slower, much more reserved than that first game. So we'll see what happens here. VG kind of making moves over towards A, but, you know, they're still trying to find those lanes. They're trying to find that vision of their opponents.
Lots of nades going down here over at A Road as we're seeing some peeking. Can they try to get into the A site? Two-man cover here on A, and then some rotation here. Really only one person covering B, as the other two players are there to either save whichever side. But you got to be careful, and the two-man will cover up there at control. If you overextend, you'll end up getting picked off, and then it becomes a much tougher situation. We have some
trying the vent.
We have some fighting going on down here, and yeah, they are going to come through the vent. It's a 3v3 right now.
Yeah, that didn't kind of work out the way I guess they envisioned it to work out, but VG, are they going to get the C4 planted down and force Golden V into this A site? They are indeed, and the defensive positioning of VG has begun. They need to hold this site for as long as possible.
Nades through the window. We do have Mids hiding behind the stairs, and Fefe, this is a common defensive pattern here. Nades again coming down. We have 20 seconds left on the clock, so something has to happen pretty quickly here. Vincent Gaming in a 2v2. Fefe, once again, left alone. Two different sides. Screen's coming down, but he's got to watch his back here as well.
Oh.
Using the pistol. Does he have enough bullets? He does! In one of the most clutch plays I've seen.
Fefe take a bow, son. That was ridiculous.
He had no ammunition.
He had nothing.
If he had not pulled that off, that was it.
He understood his position so well. He knew that his back was basically exposed if he got anywhere out, left or right, a little too far away from the missile zone. But he kept himself under control right there, not too far away. Incredible play by Fefe.
We're back into Game 3 now. Again, Vincent Gaming did win in Game 1, so Golden V has yet to win, in fact, a map here in this tournament.
And that's going to be hard pills to swallow as they will, you know, go into day 3, currently 0-2 down if this continues the way it has been, but it's going to look rough. 0-4 in map score as well for GV if they lose here.
It's going to be an A play here, B play here for Vincent Gaming. They're going to try to come through here. Good job by Creeds with the pre-fire there. Takes that out, and I think this is going to be a very easy Golden V win.
Snox just clutching it out again from the side, having the perfect flash and a nade right after, taking one more from that hallway. Yeah, Golden V basically had that under control with FaZe backing out without going down.
I mean, GV have generally been weaker on the GR side on this map against Q9, but this time round, they're looking pretty damn good. Like, GV look as though they have got this sorted. Oh my goodness, Snox. Oh.
That was insane. He just managed to shoot through the door there, doing so much damage right now. Vincent Gaming, I think, is getting a little bit over-aggressive here, and it is not serving them well. Right now, Golden V is completely ready to gun down anything that comes in their path.
And Snox was always peeking out towards that control room entry, looking all the way out to the A road. Never really was able to do too much, but in this round, it's going to pay off.
Ooh, Mendez here. Coming up clutch, can he continue to go through? He has a slither of health, and he switches back and forth. He is down, so it's Knudsen against 3. And we all know what he can do. He can definitely take this, but he needs an absolute miracle positioning-wise.
Yeah, he can go towards that B site and keep him right in between the missiles, but he needs to bring one down from the cage and keep that area under control.
Very surprising to see Vincent Gaming performing pretty poorly here at the start. It seems like they had a lot of aggro strategies set up, but none are paying off. Let's see how Knudsen does here, and no surprise there. I mean, just not enough. Golden V right now, if they can keep the ball rolling, they're going to have a very easy second half of this map.
We say very easy, but we know that VG can kind of flip it on a dime and kind of come back into this and, you know, basically 9-0 the next half. Like, it's within their realm of possibilities. Golden V just need to be super, super solid for the rest of this half so they can carry a massive lead into the second half and hopefully get a couple of games off VG again, who uncharacteristically have not been playing this map particularly well so far.
Yeah, Vincent Gaming, but still this is sub-base, as from the Blacklist side, it is pretty hard to break into that GR when you're looking to transition that late into that A road. So far, because of the very first round and knowing that how aggressive Golden V can be, Vincent Gaming actually leaving that A road for so many rounds, I think that was intended, just in case they peek out again and again like Snox did in the previous round too. And he's coming out again into that A road.
Yeah, Snox with some great shots here.
That's 2.
Sneaky again.
Pre-firing Snox is taken out, but his death was not in vain here. It's now, again, a 1 versus 3. Golden V here is really holding Vincent Gaming's feet to the fire. I have to say, I am so impressed with this. And look, I mean, maybe there's some kind of a crazy turnaround, but right now, it's hard to imagine, especially with the bullet play here from Golden V.
Snox is only allowed to do that because Vincent Gaming, they don't really have a sniper looking into that window, into the control room entry through the double doors. I think that's one thing they might be thinking after this round, bringing at least one sniper.
Well, 7 and FaZe kind of trying to wrap through the A bomb site around the back of the last remaining VG member, but it looks as though he is wise to it and he's going to start moving over to B.
Yeah, Rizal does have the C4, and this time it's not 1v3, but both of the members from GV, they're full health. It's one thing that he needs to be cautious, but knowing that there's one FaZe is one of the member. With the sniper gun, I think B side is a smart choice.
20 seconds remaining, but the bomb has been planted.
Who's actually going for the bait position?
This is a really smart move here. You're kidding me! That is allowing Vincent Gaming to bounce back. A situation where I think it was very fair to say Golden V had that, but I like the preempting of the push. He knew that they were going to slow push through that tunnel, came out, shot them down. You know, Golden V could have come from another angle, but that's instinct for you there from Vincent Gaming.
Read like an absolute book. Just phenomenal play. A guy who kind of has been a little bit quiet today. He's currently 3 and 4 on his KD. But I mean, that was a big statement right there. He was 1 and 4 before this and then suddenly jumps back into this game. And we see a lot more kind of back and forth here between the two as VG Lucam does eat quite a bit of damage right there.
A very turtled position here over at the A site. There's nobody really trying to, oh, excuse me, an actually overextension there. And they're going to go straight into the B site. All-out firefight here as a C4 goes down. We see our last Golden V player, Blame, scrambling to try to get up here. And it should be very obvious what angle he's going to come from.
Yeah, and was then pincered right at the end. Blame kind of just walked into an absolute kill zone there and does go down.
Tied up 3-3 now.
If Vincent Gaming, they're catching the rotation now with even Notsin bringing that sniper action. Snox also caught by Fefe. This is 5v3, 5v2 now.
I mean, again,
they got the machine room controlled, but the A side is totally open. C4 is going that way.
Some of these games are going so fast, it's almost impossible to keep up with. It's like we start the round and already half the team's dead. 3v2, as this game does begin to pace itself down. An A-site plant, this is going to be very tough for Golden Beat to come in here and breach.
Yeah.
Creeds is very low, 1 pistol shot and he's out. And good luck, Creeds.
Did FaZe pick up that AWM then?
Yes.
That's a very interesting choice. I think he would have been better off with the AR, with the AK.
I think he wanted to go into the control room and then get some more picked off to the A bottom. When he's getting that AWM, he can certainly get that control. But did not really work out, certainly. I think he had to wait for his teammate before going in.
Vincent Gaming with the comeback here. It's now 4-3. We're seeing a slower paced opening here for Vincent Gaming. C4 has been dropped, so nobody overextends. We have one player just checking to make sure there's no rotation around here from Golden V back through the B side here to try to hit them from behind, and there's not. A lot of spraying through the smokes here in case there's any extra damage distributed, but so far nobody's taken a bullet just yet.
Yeah, it's finally it looks like a normal game in sub-base.
yeah, no kidding. Fefe here is blinded and is shot down.
Blame gets 2, then Lucam and Fefe are down, so it is 5 versus 3. And I mean, it is looking like GV are going to wrap this one up.
Yeah, but if you take things a little slower, I think reaching out and grabbing Snox whenever he's peeking out to the A road, and then working your way into that B site will be the best strategy right now for VG.
VG in one of their more challenging positions so far on this map. A 5v3, the C4 has been picked up again, but there's no obvious location to go through here as every Golden V player is basically sprayed enough bullets through that there's really no way to penetrate any of these areas.
No, and Blame there gets the shot right up through the bottom of the player. I was going to say right up the bum, but gets taken down, and there we go. GV again closed that one out. It is 4-4. Going into the last round of this first half.
Let's see who's going to take this. We are so close here. A lot of nades coming down here, really hitting in the mid area around control. We're seeing VG looking for a position to push. They're actually pretty far back, minus the one player in the vents here, possibly signaling a hit into A. But no, now we're having more players now come towards the B side. Again, Golden V's best play here is to just pick a player off here and there before they really push in.
Yeah, Golden V almost thought about coming out from the hallway right into the central square, going for that same push again. And again, Snox peeking out, getting for those sweet hits. That's only coming out because VG, again, not getting those sniper kills at all.
Snox does get taken down, and we can see Creed's playing very, very patiently there as Yu Zhao takes him down.
Okay, this is going to force another rotation into the B side, immediately going into A in couple of seconds will be the best timing for VG.
Yeah, Yu Zhao versus 7 might be an interesting fight to jump on board with, but it is 3 versus 2. 4 versus 2. And it looks as though the wraparound is going to be good. One VG player does go down. There's just FaZe left with the AWM.
Yeah, and the sniper rifle's not going to cut it. Shot through the smoke. Beautiful play as Vincent Gaming ekes out a lead, 5-4. We will now have the players switch sides. Let's not forget that Vincent Gaming won in a very close match in map number 1. You need 2 map wins to win this series. So as good as Golden V has been, and they are very impressive today, they have yet to have a victory against this team or Q9, who they lost to 0-2.
I think without Snox, Golden V could have lost this first half with much less of a score. Yeah, because Snox was able to grab those a lot of through shots through the double door into the A road, it was only possible to grab that 4 points. But Vincent Gaming should be feeling a lot better going into. They have the momentum. They had a lot more pokes into that B site. So I think understanding that going into the second half should be feeling a lot better.
And now we begin this. Golden V is going to have to show us some excellent offense and already a rush into the A site before we can even really get started here. I love Blame turtling over here by the stairs. Some nades going down there with good game sense here for Vincent Gaming, trying to come in here and prevent any more pushes. 7 going down, and it's now a 5v2 here as Golden V is just not able to finish what they started.
Yeah, Lukeheim gets Blame and 7 there, absolutely dominating. Then Nodson takes down FaZe. And I mean, look at VG, they're not even touched.
Nodson got that shot off from the machine room window into the access road.
It's so insane. Now it's just Snox and Creeds. And this is how you can see in Crossfire, aggression really can be a double-edged sword here. Snox gets 1 kill, but will not get any more as Vincent Gaming will push that lead up to 6-4. I don't blame Golden V for going for the aggro right away, but it seems like they only did it in a half measure. They got halfway through there and then waited, and stairs is not a good spot to try to hold. That is nade material.
Yeah, they kind of just abandoned ship, as you said, like halfway through that push, and when you commit to aggression, you need to commit to it. If they'd run down those stairs and tried to overwhelm A early, I think they would have taken that side.
Great play here by Vincent Gaming, spamming shots through the vents. I don't know that Golden V is going to try to commit. It seems like some of the players are too spread out for a proper push into A. C4 looks like they may try to move that back down towards mid here. They're peeking. You can see there's a little bit of a no man's land here right around the storage lockers, but I don't know if that's enough of an incentive to commit to trying to go into the B site. You know, the longer that there's firefights in any one of these sites, the more likely the other teammates are to come reinforce it. So it really is about having a balanced rotation between the 2 areas and creating ambiguity about what your team's motivations are.
Checking right now towards that central way. Thought about going into hallway at the same time from lockers, but going to make that big rotation. Still left with 1:15 on the clock, so not too bad. Can VG actually make a similar rotation into A? They have 2 A bottom.
Yeah, but GV pushing into A side now, and it looks like VG are going to try and get the wraparound. Fefe gets blamed, but Snox takes down Fefe. But look at this, Snox gets another. Ryu Zhao gets Snox though, and it is over. Lukeheim with the double kill right at the end there.
Beautifully
Absolutely
done.
Insane.
He just shot right through the fence, taking him out. And things are starting to slip between the cracks here pretty quickly for Golden V. What seemed to be a good defense half in Game 1 is becoming an abysmal offense. They only seem to be able to get part of the way through the defense. As you can see, Vincent Gaming is able to then rearrange their position so well. They are so good at thinking on their feet, and that's exactly what we saw back there.
But we've seen GV go down early against VG nearly every half, and they managed to pull it back to a point where you think, oh, maybe this is the time they're going to get the win. And they fall at the end, but VG looks as though they're just completely locking this down and making sure GV get nothing when they're on the BL side.
It is a 4v5 right now as FaZe has already been assassinated. C4 is dropped actually in the mid, now picked up.
Seven got that AWM back with Snox, trying to catch the rotation from Shutter into AC or the other way, vice versa. But no one's moving. Creed opening up from that B side. We'll actually get that with Mendez. Getting that big headshot is actually huge.
And Knotson as well, cleaning up Creeds. It is a 4 versus 2. Make that 4 versus 1. Blame is the last man standing. Does manage to get one, but nope. Not good enough. Lucan finishes it out.
What I really like about Vincent Gaming is watching them actually, as they start to get the lead as players, they begin to surround the position. They know that that screen, that gun can't be pointed in enough directions.
Offensive move from VG into the
this is
mushroom.
so
Totally
sick.
taken away, even into A road.
They are playing this so aggressive, and it is working out. 7 and Snox, the only 2 remaining.
A little bit of a role switch here as VG is suddenly bum rushing Golden V. Golden V probably telling each other to dial it back and be careful. And this is exactly when you want to see Vincent Gaming pull the trigger, run forward as these guys are shift walking up to their spots out of nowhere. Vincent Gaming comes out like a bunch of ninjas and shoots down everybody.
Yeah, 4-0 in the second half, just looking for that final round to kill off, but Creed's getting a first kill into Knotson. Now allowing a lot of hallway position, and Golden V does open up one more towards B. C4 is also coming.
FaZe doing absolute work. Lucan does eventually take him down, but this is, yeah, that's the turnaround they needed to happen here. But VG, man, you know, GV are stepping into, you know, VG's, this is their territory. Vincent Gaming's territory is this map, and I mean GV so far on this blacklist side are just not looking strong enough to take away VG.
It's crazy to see the different playstyles that VG has. That was my favorite part so far, was when they just rushed it. They came right in there. I think they expected to put GV on tilt after that. I think GV's done a good job, but they're going to have to win 5 games in a row if they're going to take this. Some good nading coming down here from VG as they are just chipping away at whatever hit points remain here in what may be the last match between these two teams.
The last match it may be, but it might continue. GV very heavily stacking those stairs there. And we see Creed's kind of getting away with murder there, poking his head out and not being shot. But there we go, he is down. Fefe gets him, jumping as he tries to jump back into the doorway.
Fefe very clutch over here with his shots. We have one more player trying to dip down here, but shot through the smoke. Snox coming through here.
Fefe.
Oh my God! Completely insane, Fefe with the all kill there. Oh my God, that was incredible.
The man just made a meat grinder on those stairs. Everyone tries to break through, and he just butchers a lot of them.
We just saw Fefe John Wick that entire team. And that is a 2-0 victory. And it seems to me like Vincent Gaming is just getting warmed up. Coming up next, they'll be going up against Q9. Golden V, unable to deliver a win so far.
Especially in that final round, going into the side 1 by 1, into the grinder machine of Fefe, it seemed like they lost the will to actually go and plant the bomb.
Yeah, GV only basically won 1/2 so far today, and that was the second half against Q9 on port. I mean, GV are a great team. They definitely deserve to be here, but they seem outclassed by VG and Q9 today.
Yeah, this is the power of Brazil, man. So far, when they get the momentum, they can switch back and forth and put you off in a weird spot. Then suddenly you don't know what to do on every single map.
Yeah,
that's exactly what Golden V was thinking in the middle of that second sub base. They were lost out in nowhere, and then when they were lost, Vincent Gaming comes out to grab them.
We'll take a look at the highlights here. Again, I think just such a different variant of play styles here for Vincent Gaming, but it wasn't just the fact that they managed to defend so well and evade so well, but the gunplay was insane. I mean, some of these shots we have here are phenomenal.
Yeah, I think VG just kind of outskilled GV, and it comes down to skill versus positioning. GV's positioning was relatively good, but VG just completely outskilled them.
Yeah, there were lots of moments for Vincent Gaming. Just every single member, not just Fefe, but also Rizal, just clutching it out 1v2, 1v3 moments. They just have to get that win if they're playing that well.
That last flip by Fefe was just a perfect way to close it out. I mean,
well, it goes to show you got one guy, he can actually take out the entire team. Used up all of his AK bullets, all of his nades, pulls out the pistol with 2 headshots to close the game out. Actually pushing through the smoke, by the way, which is counterintuitive when you have a 2v1. But of course, in that situation, you see these brilliant players really come up with the mind games in a matter of seconds that the other players can't quite predict. And that was, I think you're totally right, Simon, a great way to sum up the powerhouse that is Vincent Gaming.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see the next match. Like, GV unfortunately go home today, but they will be back on Saturday. VG, they're up again next, and I cannot wait to see what happens in that one.
I don't know that these guys can be stopped. I think, you know, we saw such a range, such an approach, and this is why the Brazilians are truly feared around the world in Crossfire. You know, it's easy to assume that something's going to last forever, that China will be the dominant Crossfire team for the rest of time, especially just with the sheer volume of people and how passionate they are. But the Brazilians are showing a type of play that cannot be matched.
Yeah, MVP, Fefe. 100%. If I had 100 votes, I would put 100 votes on Fefe.
We're going to go to a quick interview with Fefe and see how he's feeling now that he has managed to defeat Golden Bee. Ryan, take it away.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Team Vincent. Fefe, after a fantastic match number 2 in Group A, those games were just incredible. Tell me, what does that mean to you, starting off on the right foot here, going into your next match?
Então, acabou de ganhar o primeiro jogo. O que significa isso para você e os seus teammates?
Ganhar uma MD3 assim na nossa estreia contra a Golden Bee, que é uma equipe muito forte da Europa, traz muita confiança para nossa equipe para as próximas rodadas.
Well, it's our first game, and it's good to start with a good adaptation to the new system, and also the G9 team, a great champion from Europe, and it gives us great confidence to win that team on the first round.
Absolutely. So, how well do you think your strategies worked for you in this match? I mean, the very first map, it was close, and then you came back and you just completely dominated in the second game, it felt like. Do you think you have a good odd of repeating the championship this year?
Então, a estratégia no primeiro jogo funcionou bem para vocês ou não funcionou? Porque na primeira etapa, na primeira mapa, o jogo foi não muito melhor para vocês, né? E também vocês têm a confiança para ganhar esse campeonato também?
Eu acho que o primeiro mapa foi questão de acostumar, né? Nossa estreia, eu acho que a gente estava muito afobado e isso acabou atrapalhando um pouco a nossa equipe, mas a gente conseguiu ficar bem calmo pro segundo jogo e tudo deu certo.
Well, the first game was for us, the adaptation was a little problem for us, getting used to the new system, new chairs, and new everything. But in the second round, we definitely came back and got the game, and I'm sure that we will win the championship as well.
Absolutely. You guys look confident and you look strong. Do you have any words for your fans back at home?
Então, vocês parecem como campeão. Alguma palavras para os fãs no Brasil?
Só tem que agradecer a todo mundo que está no Brasil e torcendo por nós, mandando energia positiva, a família da galera da VG, o pai do Mendes, o tio do Mendes, minha família, a família do Norte, e continua torcendo por nós, que é apenas o começo do campeonato.
Well, I really want to extend my words and thanks to the fans back in Brazil who are giving us the positive energy throughout the whole year, and I really want to thank all the families and family members of my teammates as well.
Congratulations once again. We have one final match left for today. That'll be Vincent Gaming up against Q9, the Dark Horse. We'll be right back.
We must stay apart now. From time to time, we can't feel the enjoyment of being together. But with Crossfire, we can stand together as one. We can be together. CFS.
We are back at the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals. Golden V had a strong showing, but they were not able to win a single game.
I mean, we were expecting them to take Q9, and then they just couldn't quite do it. VG, we were expecting to absolutely blow away GV, and it wasn't until we got to sub-base that actually happened. I mean, GV unfortunately go away with absolutely no wins on the day, but they still played incredibly well.
Yep, if they can actually come back in the knockout stage on Saturday, that can still boost them up into a better place, maybe even into the finals if they can actually win all those matches. But right now, losing against Q9, losing against VG, it seems like maybe an impossible. The Great Wall of China seems to be pretty tough. Brazil, of course, their power is always strong, so maybe not it for Golden V, but they have one more day to prep for everything.
That's right. We're not finished with Golden V just yet. We did see Vincent Gaming with an absolute blowout. They looked to have some of the most decisive play with the largest variety of strategies. They seem to be able to adapt. Strategically, they're brilliant, but their aim is also impeccable. When it comes to some of these gunfights, even when it looked like Golden V actually had a pretty good setup to maybe invade a location, Vincent Gaming was able to gun them down one by one. We were saying they were getting John Wicked by some of these players, and now they're going to be up against Q9. Now, Q9 did beat Golden V, but I don't know how they're going to fare here against Vincent Gaming.
I mean, for GV, it looked as though that first game against Q9, they were just warming up. Now, Q9 did handily beat GV in the end. I don't think Q9 are going to beat Vincent Gaming this time around, though. VG, if you're smart with your money, that is where your money is right now, is Vincent Gaming to take this very handily.
Now, Q9 has had some downtime here. They did, of course, win our first best of 3 here today, and certainly they're going to be feeling the high, feeling the buzz coming out on top. We were saying before we started any of our games today that maybe Q9 was actually the weakest team to come in, but they had a strong showing, dominating 2-0. We have yet to have any 2-1 so far here in the grand finals. But is that going to be enough momentum for them to have solid play going up against Vincent Gaming?
We got some break time and also was able to see, the funny thing is we got to see both Q9 and Vincent Gaming on the two exact same maps. So those strategies, those rotations are pretty much exposed towards both teams going into the third match. But if we play on any other maps, those strategies that they have been preparing for the last month, they're still not out yet. So it depends. I think it really depends on the map that we're going to have in match number 3.
Do you think we're going to see Fefe once again have an absolute blowout round where he just destroys everyone? Because right now he has looked one of the stronger players on VG. Match in, match out. Like every map, he seems to always come up with these clutch plays out of nowhere. Do you think he's going to be able to continue to do that against Q9? Or will Bean in 1998 be able to just take him over?
It's hard to say. I guess we will be finding out momentarily here. In a second, we're going to be getting the map lineup and seeing, of course, what maps they vetoed and then what maps we're going to have here at the best of 3. We've had only 2 maps today in the exact same order. We had Port and then Subbase, but there are 5 maps total that we can have played here at the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals. And let's remember, their strategies and openings have already been exposed a little bit. I would not be surprised if either team vetoes one of the maps we already had coming into this, as each team is allowed to watch in the green room and see how the players are playing in their staged matches here.
I kind of want to see Port and Subbase again. Like, really? I actually really enjoy the matches that we get there. They're very close. It's back and forth, and especially VG, they show something different every round. It's not like the same strategy over and over again. They definitely vary it up. If we go into maybe, you know, Black Widow or Satellite, I can't see how Q9 are going to be able to handle it. Like, I don't know if Q9 have enough experience on those maps to be able to take down VG.
Yeah, from Americas, we had a lot of Black Widow map being banned against VG because they're so solid, so great. When it comes down to these traditional, the classic old maps, it just comes down to the experience that you have on that map. You played that map thousands of times before. So knowing that they're a strong team with that much history, that think that's one map you sort of have to ban out, but it goes for exactly the same for Q9. They've been around since the beginning of Crossfire.
Now, we've talked earlier on about how there's actually only 3 different countries representing the Crossfire Grand Championships here. We have 2 Brazilian teams, 2 German teams, and of course 2 Chinese teams. Now, China is historically been the Crossfire country, but they are being usurped over and over again by the Brazilians who have played so well. Q9 is not, in some metrics, top 2 in China. So it's exciting for them to be here and be in this moment, but I do think this could be a bit of a mismatch. Now, they did play a pretty clutch series against Golden V, but I think after the first 2 games, they're going to have a very good idea of where these guys measure up against Vincent Gaming, which for the global finals here, they are looking to be the best team that we've seen play so far.
Yeah, very easily. I mean, Q9, they are down one of their key players, which is Wolf. We've mentioned this before, but we'll mention it again. But I mean, they're very up and down, as we were saying. They came second in the qualifiers for this place in China. But before that, they were like 3rd, 8th, 2nd, 19th, or something like that. Like, it was all over the shop. So consistency needs to be on their minds as they go through this tournament.
Here are our map picks and bans. Compound and Black Widow have been banned. Subbase will be map number 1. Ankara map number 2. And if we do end up with a 1-1 tie, the map port will be the one that will decide who wins against Vincent Gaming and Q9.
So this time at least we will go to Ankara. A new map to be played today. Off of Subbase and port. In terms of Ankara, I think VG should have a strategy advantage against Q9. So that's one thing that you should keep your eyes on, because once Q9 loses that Subbase, they might be out of strategy once we go into map number 2, which is Ankara this time.
Now, Subbase has already had some very dynamic games occur on it. Vincent Gaming seems to have the full range of ways to approach this map. Q9, though, they did have a solid showing. I do like the spirit of Chinese teams. You know, they're very passionate, they're very loud, we can hear them. We're not close to the teams, by the way. They're on the other side of the stage here. But you can hear the calls, you can hear the screaming. And it's going to be cool to see how they do. For those of you watching at home, welcome to the Crossfire Global Championships. But there are so many Chinese fans watching right now. This is where you get the most viewership, especially for this game. So it's exciting here for Q9, but there's also a degree of pressure that I don't even know that the Brazilians teams have.
Yeah, this is going to be basically the decider for the first place out of Group A. Either you stay put for the first match on Saturday and gather all that information and fight against the winner from the 2nd place, 3rd place match. Going to be a big advantage going into Saturday.
We're hearing the Brazilian team do a chant here right now as they are ready to go.
Yeah, you were talking about Q9 being loud, but both these teams are incredibly vocal. We do nothing but hear them as we're sitting here in the stadium. Like, all we can hear is VG and Q9 shouting at the end of every game. And right now it's a bit of a shout-off. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but they are screaming at each other.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we actually have the studio floor mic, but yeah, there's a lot of big chants going on with these two teams. They are now loading up the game as both players have joined the lobby. We're going to have Vincent Gaming on the defense, Q9 on the offense with the bomb, trying to plant an ARB. Let's get this going. Game number 1 in our final best of 3.
And Vincent Gaming immediately going out to A road, taking that control. C4 is down right next to the double doors.
Yeah, been looking for a kill, but Fefe is on the hunt. The count is there as well. Wow. And Q9 just got absolutely slapped.
Completely murdered there. Vincent Gaming in under a minute, just shutting Q9 down. Now, how is Q9 going to adjust? It does appear that Q9 is going for yet another aggro build here, not inching forward yet. They are going to be trying to poke over into the A side. with a few players checking B just to confirm there's no attack from behind here. Nades are being thrown out. Remember, you have to economize your grenades in each game. You don't have an infinite amount. You have smokes and explosives. So every time you put a nade out, that's an asset that's no longer there later on in a fight.
Oh, aggressive from long going into that B side. Stopped by Rizal, but Jiawei responding in big time. Getting that control over the shutter.
Yeah, Q9 have been absolutely nothing but steamrolling this game. They're trying to just go for the win. VG are just patient. They wait for Q9 to come in and just do that. They just dominate Q9.
Even better for VG because their position, their defensive position is still not exposed for a lot of these sites because round one, they came out from the doors giving no information at all to Q9. Second round, they were sort of exposed, but from the A side, it was mostly backup. So still, Q9 has to work their way through on getting those information.
Q9's been pretty aggressive, which served them well in the past, but right now it seems ill-advised against VG. It is a 5v1 right now. VG, for the first time in this series, at a slight disadvantage. The question is whether or not Q9 can close it out.
Yeah, looking at the C4 carrier, that's the most active. Solo has just been all over this map. He does go down, but Long and Jiawei get two massive kills there for Q9.
It's Fefe on his own, but we've seen him do this before. He's now going to inch forward. One player could come from behind, being around the corner. Now it's a 3v1. Fefe firing a few shots. The bomb has been planted. 30 seconds remaining here on the clock. They know Fefe's position. A few peeks, a few pre-fires here. JY just trying to buy time on the clock. Long in the distance here. JY firing again, and that does it. It's the first win here for Q9.
Yeah, much deserved win this time round. They played that a lot better than they did the first two games on this map. So Q9 walking away with something here, and just, I mean, the movement of Solo is just so good. He just needs to match it with a little bit more accuracy and start taking people down.
We've had a shift in pacing here. Q9 much, much slower. They've taken the win here. I think they've realized there's no reason to blindly run in to VG. The reactions are just too fast. We have the usually neglected bomb site so far here in the grand finals. Bomb site B being covered carefully here. There's been a lot more attention on pushing into A sides. You know, there's an inevitability of that B push. And we have to wait and see. 1:40 left on the clock.
Well, very incredibly swift change into VG's positioning. Just leaving that shutter side hallway totally open. And just closing down from the locker side into that machine room, understanding how Q9 works in strategy on this map.
Yeah,
and focusing a lot more into the A side now.
Yeah, Knudsen gets an angle there on 1998 and just takes him out from behind. Knudsen is very, very low, but that is a huge kill for him. Fefe gets Solo. Will we see any more? Lucan gets Jiawei. This is absolutely insane. The aggression over the stairs, and VG take it yet again.
What's the right call for Q9 to actually go for that A side? When you see a member out in machine room, there should be less members defending A side immediately. But that rotation was already there for VG, just ahead of a step.
Especially when they're ready for the push at stairs. It's pretty tough to come around there. There's so few spots to try to aim for when they're attacking down from the stairs, and there's so many spots they might be shot from as they enter that. So great defense here. Already now going in to match number 5 here. We have some spray downs here through the doors. Doesn't seem like too much damage has been suffered. Nades now coming down. Smokes as well as both sides back up.
Yeah, they have such small windows to try and poke each other through and get that penetration through the door. And VG once again have the upper hand as we go into the last 1:40 of this round. I mean, VG just look like they're completely outclassing Q9, but Knudsen goes down.
Long at least opening up the storage side. Solo even bringing up another member for that B bottom.
VG on the ropes here, 2-3. It's going to be tough to defend here. We do have the bomb going down here at the B site.
I feel like whenever you say VG are looking like they're going to dominate, they just start like falling apart at the seams ever so slightly. But Fefe absolutely gets a huge kill there. It is 2 versus 2, but Fefe is very, very low. So he's going to have to do a bit of a wraparound here if he's going to get another kill.
20 seconds on the clock here. It's now a 2v1. Can they get the kill and defuse the bomb? 15 seconds now remaining. The shots go down. It's a 1v1. Long, reloading. Will he take a peek?
There's
8 more seconds. He goes for the defuse sound. Sounds it off. Great technique. We've seen this, of course, before in Crossfire. the beginning of the bomb defusal to bait out the player. Then the dogfight happens with the guns in the middle of the map. Does not work out.
Yeah, with 9 HP left, I think if Zhao got the final kill, I think there could have been just enough time right next to that T4. But still better plays coming out from Long there, keeping everything in control with 6-3. Without him right now, Q9 would have lost all the rounds.
Yeah, Long absolutely being important to the team, but let's talk about Fefe once again. He is 8-2. The guy is an absolute animal today.
Slightly better than Long, yes.
Hey, that's a huge difference. Come on, man.
It looks like they may try to go into B side here. Notice they're going very slowly. There's been pretty retracted defense now for VG. They're staying way back here, which may bait them through this narrow corridor, which we see Knotson aiming at right now. And here we go. A shot misses the foot of Long as they hop through, and there's no turning back now. The genie's out of the bottle. They've come through here, smoking down into B.
2 VG are down already. Mendez and Riazo. Knotson goes down as well, but Bean goes down on the other side. Lukam getting a very important kill. He gets another and another. It's 1 versus 1. It's Fefe versus Solo. This is absolutely insane.
And Solo trying to get dual amazing Fefe, but with that amazing retraction, goes back into the room, pretends like he's rotating towards A, but with no C4 so far. And C4 is right next to the B-bomb site.
This is going to be a duel over the C4 here. Not clear that it's safe to actually go in there and grab that. And I think we're going to see Fefe do a full-on rotation. This is a bold move. Again, 45 seconds on the clock. Fefe going to peek. And now, without them seeing each other for this long, there's a bit of ambiguity about where the opposing player is, which makes it much more difficult, I should say, to cover all sides here.
But I mean, Fefe knows where Solo needs to be, where he wants to be, and that's on top of that C4. So Fefe does have a little bit of advantage coming into this game. Misses there, but sees the bullets go past him, so he knows roughly where Solo is.
Remember that if Q9 just hides long enough, or sorry, he's actually got the bomb, excuse me, he is going to go for a plant over here at A. Now that should be pretty obvious. We're seeing very definitely Fefe inch in here. A nade comes down.
Does get the plant.
Yep.
His flashman knows exactly where he Solo pops out at the perfect time. Fefe could not respond.
That was a dance of death between the two there. I mean, going for the rotation onto A was super smart. It just put Fefe in a really bad spot, but it was so close. That was ridiculously close.
Q9 already dropping a player right away here in what has already begun to be a chaotic match. This is the strat where VG is actually doing the push here. They pushed into mid, but Q9's defense was much better than Golden V's like we saw in the previous series here. And so Q9 has actually pulled back and defended. This is causing Vincent Gaming to then reposition back into an original defensive posture.
Yeah, 3 on B, 2 on A. Stairs already looked after on the side of VG. And I mean, Q9 are playing this very, very passively. They are very deep, and they have to do a lot of pushing through either A road or up through machine room here. The C4 still in that central square, so it could go anywhere.
So knowing that Bean is carrying that angle from that A road into the control room, if VG not making any rotation, just opening up AC, just keeping 2 members up from the A bottom near the stairs. That's the perfect call.
Hardly any shots fired in this game so far. We have a few bullets coming through here. It looks like they're itching to at least draw attention here to B. We'll see if they actually commit to it. With the C4 there, you got to think they would want to do that, but then there's already still 2 players down here at Road by A.
I think Rizal was tagged. That's the reason why we had that nade so far.
Yeah, Ruzao's position was absolutely known there by Solo, but Solo still comes away with his tail between his legs because he got the worst end of that engagement.
We're waiting to see which location will be breached if they can. They actually don't have that much time. A full roster here is still in the game for VG as one by one Q9 seems to be dropping like flies. A little bit of progress made here, but is it going to be enough? It looks like they may actually try to do an odd and unusual push into the opposite side of A, which could work. It seems like they've slipped past the defenses here. Great play here by Q9. Q9 may have a brilliant bomb lay here after being at a disadvantage this entire time. JY trying to keep the defense off. Luca behind the stairs, but he knows he can be hunted down from that position. He is picked off here.
And Solo is actually behind the rest of VG here. He could get some nice angles on everything and finish it up. Solo gets one. Knudsen is down. It is 2 versus 1. Mirzango is down. Solo, look at the hit points left on him there.
Yeah, he just kept on control after knowing that he doesn't really have much. He hears everything, gives all the information to his teammates, and then stabs on the back. But still, that was a close round.
Really impressive. We've seen Q9 take the lead here. It's turned out it looked like VG was pretty strong at the start, but Q9 is adapting. They're looking very good. China really reclaiming their dominance so far here against the Brazilian powerhouse.
Yeah, but Bean goes down instantly in this game. Aid and VG are very likely to carry this advantage. They very rarely lose when they get ahead. So going 4-4 here, down to a critical last match, is very, very likely.
It depends how Q9 wants to open this one up, as oftentimes they focus poking into that B side, drawing some attention, rotation into Shutter, and then opening up from the control room side. But this time that was stopped by Mendez, and after understanding there is a sniper out there from AC, I don't think you want to poke anytime soon.
Trying to get the angle there through the windows, through the double doors, not quite managing to find anyone, and we just get a little bit of chicken here.
It looks almost as though they're trying to draw the entire team over to B, and then they're actually going to plant it to A here. The C4 player is just parked in an area that's just probably not going to get scouted as they continue to inch in here. Now, this is less gun power here. This is a pretty advanced strat here by Q9. Is it going to work off? First, they have to actually claim B and bait the rest of the team in there. Then they have to plant the bomb. And it's not working out as well as I think they had hoped here. It's now basically a 2v2 over at the B site.
Oh my, Ryuza was coming from the back. This is worse of a case. Solo cannot, does find the kill though.
Solo getting down, Knudsen though, gets another. Mendez gets Solo as well. And now it is 4 against 1. JY has a lot to do here.
JY is going to try to go into the A site now. Is this going to work, and how far can he actually stretch this game? Over to his left. Oh, is he going to win this fight? He does get a kill there. Now what? He can't run back over to B. He's going to have to plant or kill the entire team.
15 seconds.
Yeah, that was a bit of a Mickey Mouse engagement right there. That was kind of all kinds of crazy, but JY does survive, and it is 1 against 3. But they're kind of piling in a line. That is what JY needs, but unfortunately does go down. And there is the defuse.
And you can see now that bomb is dismantled, and the win is going to go to Vincent Gaming. It's a tough spot behind the missile where the bomb is planted. It's a very nadeable location. There's not a lot of other places you can really go, and especially when you're going to come from 2 sides. That's a tough one to do in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, when it came down to 5v4, Q9 wanted to bait one coming out from the A road, but instead, VG actually came out from the hallway.
Oh, VG getting in and alive in this 9th game here. It is 2 versus 4. Fefe and Lucam have a lot of work to do.
We're still waiting to see what VG can do now. With just 2 players remaining, they had a very lackluster opening here. The bomb already planted. This whole series going much faster than anything we've seen before over here on Subbase. But the bomb's down. Fefe and Lucam have to go through such a narrow corridor, and with Long and Solo at different heights here to try to win this gunfight. That's going to be tough. And that is how you close out a beneficial position there. Beautifully done. Now we're going to go switch sides.
I mean, Q9 there just absolutely playing a blinder. And this has happened to us time and time again today. We say that one team is going to be considerably stronger than the other, and it just doesn't pan out that way. I mean, VG against GV, sure, but we expected GV to beat Q9. Q9 today are showing up. This is the winning form Q9, not the losing form Q9 that we have seen so much over the last few years.
Q9 has been very dominant. Now the question is, how good are they when they're on the defense? And Vincent Gaming is going to have the burden of having to breach a location and ultimately plant the bomb.
Yeah, Q9 certainly played a pretty decent first half, getting a lot of points from the blacklist, but with a pretty good strategy. Because in the previous match, they focused a lot on the A side, oftentimes, but in this matchup, it was mostly towards the B side from the locker and also with the hallway. only towards B side basically when they got the round win.
Oh, a pretty cool maneuver here. They're going to go right into A. They're going to be hitting A from 2 different sides right now with one Vincent Gaming player covering from the back. This is an incredible move here. It's now going to be a 2v3, but cover fire over here by Fefe. I don't know that they're going to be able to reclaim this location. 35 seconds on the clock here. Q9 just trying to find an answer. Is this too much of an obvious location to push? Should they split it up? I think they will actually split up. Long going here to the other entrance. But again, this is a tough spot to reclaim once the C4 has been planted on A, especially with 2 players hiding down here in stairs.
There it goes. Mendez and Fefe closing out the last 2 Q9. And that collapse on, like, VG collapsing on Q9 there was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, there was just nothing you could really do when you're trapped between a rock and a gun place. You know, there was just too many bullets flying out to anyone to survive.
This round, we're going to have a little bit more attention here onto A. I love that opening strat, though, there by Vincent Gaming. They really do have a different approach. We've never seen A breached quite like that. Again, peeking on both sides is 2 minutes is really just the beginning here of the game. A few more smokes and nades do come down.
I think at that moment, Q9 was still waiting for some rotational work to be done on their side, making sure they have the right position before VG comes in.
And there is nobody here at Stairwell, and in fact, just one player over here in the A side.
Big bait by Jiawei.
You can see Q9 were expecting that vent push again, and weren't expecting this, but Jiawei, 2 kills.
He's still alive.
This is insane. Q9 with some of the best defense we have ever seen on sub-base. Phenomenal. I have no idea who's going to take this series, but Q9 shutting down actually a pretty difficult position. Once we saw Vincent Gaming get in there, I was pretty confident they would be able to at least plant the bomb, but no way. The gunplay from Q9 too strong.
I think they threw down a lot of flash and smoke and smelled something was fishy. And no one actually came out to bite them from the stairs and thought, okay, A side is open? They're 5 alive? That's weird.
You have to wonder if maybe they thought that, you have maybe one player there to show themselves. You can actually bait them out further, but really good reactions there from Q9, who is now in the lead in this game. We have a pretty big skirmish over here at room control entry.
Well, we'll see what goes on here. The C4 has been dropped, so they're going to try to find an aggressive position. VG need to make this work for them. They need to get this win. They need to start taking control of this match.
Few nades coming down now. And it looks like they're going to go back into mid. They might try to do that vent push. This is similar to what they did in game 1. We already have 1 kill over here. Bean now out of the fight in a 5v4 here as VG. They're not overextending, which is what I like. Vincent Gaming is being very calculated with how they move. A swap with the bomb here is it looks like we may have them close in on B.
Solo actually reached out to A road, so they know that the attack's coming from the B side. And now there's a rotation, but still not being able to really open up B side.
Trading blows here. Ryuzao gets another kill. Solo is the last man alive for Q9, and he is in no man's land. He's over in control. He's in the hallway. What is he gonna do? We can see a wraparound here by Ryuzao, but Fefe and Notzane, they are 2 incredible players, and I don't think Solo gets one.
Gets a kill while he's flashed too.
Does he get? I thought he was gonna get Fefe there. Fefe is in a position to be hit.
Low HP, the time's ticking down, and Ryuzao from the side actually grabs the final kill.
And now we are at 6-6. It's anybody's game here in a nail-biter of a match here. Vincent Gaming, it looks like they may actually try to push into A again here, but instead, no, they're just going to play a calm and patient game. Keep in mind, VG, usually twice in a series, will actually bum rush.
Yeah.
They seem to like doing this, and usually kind of a weird spot. A lot of times they'll do it as the defenders even. This time around, Q9 getting picked off 1 by 1.
Yeah, Solo down. Jiawei almost down. He has nothing left. Long is also wounded heavily. And we see that VG actually lose Ryuzao. They're almost lost Fefe.
It's just 2 more Q9 players here, and they are out of position, going to have to reclaim the A site as the bomb is just now being planted here. A couple more nades coming down, but you can see Fefe staying away from the nade hit location here. And now some smokes of their own as they just need to buy time. You can see Bean trying to peek, trying to shoot through that console there on the edge of the window. Fefe, again, also trying to buy time as a 98 is coming forward. Another nade comes down, pushing it back. He's flashed. A few more bullets spray down. Fefe behind the wheel here.
No real rotation from VG, and that might just be the undoing of them. It's 1998 versus Mendez.
1v1. Bomb not defused yet. Makes a defuse sound. He just stays back.
7 seconds, though. That's not enough time.
That's not enough time.
Mendez.
Oh, my God. Clutch play. That might be the game that allows Vincent Gaming to win this series.
Yeah, that box right on top, the 5 box. You can't shoot through that box anymore. It got the change. You can't really have that big spray, so you have to wait. That's the perfect spot to be in.
It was a great abuse of time there because you have to both kill the opponent and defuse the bomb or defuse the bomb. But, of course, you're not going to get away with just defusing that bomb in that moment. So, great way to run out the clock and force a win there for Vincent Gaming.
Yeah, I do question VG. They could have had a wraparound very early on, and they could have made that a lot easier for themselves. They do get the win, but at what cost? They took a lot of damage there. They ended up almost losing it out. I feel like a wraparound that they could have done much earlier in that game could have solved that game a lot quicker, but we see VG bomb rushing A now. Lucan gets J-Way.
We see it's a 4v3 right now. Q9 beginning to fray at the seams here. Fefe, again, with his sick invade here, the bomb once again goes down. Being in the same position as before, can they break through? Will 1998 bomb rush once again here? 1998 solo on HP, 1 bullet anywhere, and he's done. They actually swap weapons here, going for the sniper rifle. Is 25 seconds going to be enough to save the day here?
Bean takes some more damage, 98. He needs a massive shot, takes one more down. Just Mendez now. But against 2 low HP members.
Oh!
Immediate shots!
That spray transfer was beautiful.
It was perfect, and now they're up 8-6. Q9, look, they're playing the game of their life here, but Vincent Gaming is just making magic happen here.
But we've seen this before. When they make magic happen, they kind of crumble at the seams, but it's 2 against 1. Solo has a lot to do, and no, VG!
Just 1 round off now.
They are so close to closing this out. Momentum on Vincent Gaming's side. Q9 has actually had a very good series in each of these losses in the last 3 games, but it is Vincent Gaming coming out on top, just barely. And now Q9 needs to pull it together. It needs to have a pretty insane comeback. Basically perfect play from here on out. Let's see what kind of strategies they're going to employ as we go into what could be the final round here.
It seems like VG almost got this, but Q9, they can certainly make it happen. Of course, they have to make some better rotation in terms of decision, especially towards that A site. And Solo did overextend a little bit. At least that's a 1-1 trade. But of course, 4v4 situation, better for Blacklist.
Yeah, Mendez getting another kill on the board, 9-6 overall. But look at the positioning. They are just controlling this game. Q9 are kind of out at sorts, over in Shutter, over in Cage. I mean, B-side is there for the taking.
Yeah, they're definitely overestimating the motivations to try to take A-side here. B only has 1 sniper covering it for the time being, and I think especially with one of our players going through a vent here, they may manage to take this. A poke into A, but it's all a feint. They're going to try to instead go into B here. The area is smoked. Will they get the bomb plant off?
98 goes down. Bean is very low. He did get a kill, though. Ryuzao gets 98. Bean gets the cam as well. Bean on an absolute tear this game.
We're still waiting. C4 is now dropped in the B location, which means we're going to have Vincent Gaming somehow kill the team off or reclaim the C4, which is obviously going to be guarded by Q9.
And still Ryuzao right up on the storage. And also Mendez coming around from the back. I think he's going to be the key. It'll take some time. So Ryuzao just making a lot of sound, drawing all the attention from the other side. J-Way, Mendez takes 2 down!
Bean is the last man left, and he only has a sniper, and it's down!
That is it! Vincent Gaming takes number 1, and you can see how hyped they are. I gotta say, Q9 played a nearly impeccable game back there, but Vincent Gaming just knows the ebb and flow of every game. It was like they were in Q9's heads back there, and now they just need 1 more win, and they will have defeated Q9.
I mean, it was looking bad. First half did go the way of Q9, but VG just came out the gates in that second half. A mixture of aggression, pure strategy and patience as well throughout the whole of those 6 sets. I mean, damn, that was so good. It was clean on VG's side.
Yeah, just from the very last round, Q9, they knew that Mendes was also alive. After checking Rizal from the lockers, they should have checked the other side. Actually lined up perfectly for Mendes to get that through shot immediately into the shutter, into the cage. That shouldn't really happen, but after watching that, I think the pressure got onto Q9 a little too much.
Yeah, I think it suddenly became a little bit too real. They were actually in the lead against Vincent Gaming, but you know, one of the reasons why Vincent Gaming is so robust and has such strong results is they are able to adjust and basically open up the dashboard, turn the dials, and rearrange their play so that they can come back. Here's some highlights from our games now.
Yeah, sometimes they went all out on aggression, and we've seen VG once or twice, especially against GV, where they have these aggressive rounds. They win, and I feel like they're too pumped up, and they start to lose a couple of rounds. Like, yes, they were aggressive, and I thought Q9 might have taken advantage going into the last few games, but unfortunately it just wasn't there for them. I mean, Vincent Gaming absolutely controlled this one in the second half.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. In the second half, I thought Q9 was going to strike back even further because they got more points from Blacklist, but it was Vincent Gaming knowing exactly how to counter the strategies of Q9. Actually, sort of had like they were having a better flow. They were having such a better read in terms of rotation and the strategy from that Blacklist side. Q9, they sometimes came out from GR, never really worked out. Those 2 rounds they gave a lot more energy towards Vincent Gaming.
G-Cliff, who do you think is going to take Ankara?
I mean, Ankara, should be the map for a lot better snipers, but Bean certainly for today has not been really showing up to a par level for Q9, especially coming in as a sort of as a replacement for Wolf. And Vincent Gaming not really having a dedicated sniper. Of course, they do have their players, especially Noxon coming to play, and sometimes Mendes, sometimes even Lucam holding it. But with the firepower, I think VG should be able to handle today.
It does seem like VG is in very good shape. One thing about VG is they're just not that one-dimensional when it comes to the gunplay. It seems like whether it's the rifle game, the sniper game, or even the pistol game, they know how to win. And especially when it comes to spray control as well. A lot of the most chaotic moments of the game seem to be the ones where Vincent Gaming is absolutely at the deepest understanding.
Yeah, and even with the backs up against the wall, they still control themselves enough that they don't panic. We saw that spray transfer that was absolutely nuts on the AK, where it was just 1 head, 2 head done. And I mean, VG are phenomenal. Q9 though, I feel they can take this if they slow themselves down ever so slightly and force VG to play Q9's game instead of Q9 playing VG's game.
Look at the adrenaline flowing here over at the Vincent Gaming table. The anxiety's real here for Q9. They know they can take games off Vincent Gaming, but they have to continue to adapt. And of course, this is just another normal esports day for Vincent Gaming. These guys are not here to get as far as they can go. They're here to win the entire thing. And right now, Q9 is just another obstacle, maybe another stepping stone in their path. They've won 1 game. They have room to be creative. They have room to make mistakes. But we need to see what's going to happen when we go into game 2.
I mean, this is absolutely insane right now. Today has been so good for all the teams involved. GV, VG, and Q9 have all played phenomenally, but VG just look on a different planet at times compared to everyone else.
It's really incredible to see because Q9 came in looking so strong, and I thought, okay, maybe we're actually going to have an upset here. But VG seems to know not just the right strategies to use to win, but the right rotation of strategies. It's never clear if they're going to go to A or B. They're very good at peeking and poking and figuring out, okay, what's next? And then they'll even do stuff like when they're on the defense, or on the, I should say on the defending side, they'll actually just rush and take over a position. I love the way they're approaching this.
Now this makes it so much harder for Q9, especially the shot caller, how you actually place your teammates, where you let your sniper to be. Usually it's going to be B side, but knowing how aggressive VG can be from that yard passage and into that A site right in from the air duct. I actually think it might actually better to actually have a 1-1-4 split, having a lot more defense towards one side and risking the other side. That could be one way where Q9 can actually split this one out. And still much of a favor for Vincent Gaming, though.
Looking at this series, is there really a mistake that Q9 has that they need to sand down, something they need to adjust if they're going to come out here with a win?
I legitimately don't think there is. I think on a skill level, they're just slightly behind on Q9, and that slight difference is huge when you're at this level of Crossfire. It's like the most minuscule difference decides games. I mean, Fefe has been unbelievable. Lucam, Notzin, and Mendez have all been off the charts. Ryu Zhao even comes in at the end, but when you look over on Q9, it's basically J-Way being maybe solo. 98 has the occasional showing, Long occasionally. If they can get that performance, that level all together, we might be seeing a different Q9, but they all have an individual round where they're good, never together.
I suppose we also got to point out that even when it looks like it could go in either direction, it is Vincent Gaming that just gets the kills when it really comes down to the wire. Our game is now loading up. We're going to go to the map Ankara, our first time with this map here as we're in day one of the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals. Again, Vincent Gaming with a 1-0 lead in this best of three.
As expected, 5 Riot Pulse. VG actually going aggressive into the office entrance. And 98 actually gets the kill instead. Lucam coming from the top and immediately responds.
Yeah, this is a very back and forth, aggressive match between the two so far. This is almost like a death match right now, aiming and looking for those kills. This is unbelievable.
They're going to go into A here. Let's see if Vincent Gaming can defend it. Bomb's not planted just yet. Oh, really?
He's out, misses that shot. That's huge because Solo was carrying that C4 into A side.
Yeah, Fefe is going to have Bean in his face. Does take him down without taking any damage. Fefe, that was dirty. You should not be allowed to do that kind of thing.
Nades coming in there. The damage comes in from above as it explodes. We're waiting to see if now Vincent Gaming can try to reclaim this. It is possible in a 2v2 to pull this off. JY and Solo seem to be unaware of the position up until just now.
Switches to the pistol. Oh my goodness!
That was perfect. And Vincent Gaming is losing their minds. It is so loud here. You can see that was a moment that Q9 could have, turned a new leaf here. They got the plant, but on Ankara in that spot, it's hard with only 2 players to cover all the different angles. And Vincent Gaming with the instinct there, picked the right angle to come in, shot them down, diffused, and now it's a 1-0 lead.
The 2-2 usually come back from the air duct. Not having both members from A long, that was a big risk. VG again going aggressive into that quarters.
Yeah, they sent one down the center passage, a few down the quarters, and then in the quarters passage, it is just a firing zone, but we do see 1998 get his moment to shine here. He does take down one. Fefe is very low. Notzin and Mendez are also relatively okay, but their positioning, they are all stuck together.
We saw JY pre-fire there, but to no avail. That gives away his position. They're trying to relocate here. 98 now, staying back here. Again, the C4 is defended. Great shooting there. It's a 1v1.
Notzin. Oh, 98. Oh, my goodness.
That was some clutch play. And you can feel right now Vincent Gaming feeling the heat. They know they need to pull it together. They are able to beat Q9 in a series, but it almost always comes down to the wire.
And it comes out so close. Usually Vincent Gaming doesn't really come out this much from the Global Risk side. But I think they're just feeling the heat right now, even from Global Risk just coming out all the way across the map, taking down Q9. But in the second round, it was at least stopped by 1998 there. So now this should be a good pace, back to a normal game.
Q9 going to edge in here to A site, but there are 3 Vincent Gaming players there to cover. No nades have been thrown yet here from Q9. We're waiting to see if they're actually going to try to breach this location. Vincent Gaming preempting this. Look how quietly they're going to try to edge in. Once they come in, they need to shoot everybody down, plant the bomb, and then set up the defensive position to gun down the remaining 2 players that will come to try to save the situation. Does Vincent Gaming, though, have an idea that this is coming? Here we go!
Don't think they do. It is 5 against 3, and the support is trying to make its way around, but Ryuzao gets 2. And
But all of the members for Q9, they're so low in HP. Fefe takes one more down.
And it's just going to be 1998 now. And now no more players as VG clutches it out again. Now Q9 got the position, but they lost too much HP. That was really the defenders, the 3 players there, doing their work so that the remaining 2 that came to defuse the bomb and kill off the team, it was easy. It was 1 pistol shot for each, and they're gone.
Yeah, the 5 versus 3 was looking very, very rough on the side of VG, but as you said, they did the job they needed. Everyone on Q9 was low. And I mean, damage is getting done. VG have a little bit of an advantage at this moment. Notsen is down. Mendez also very low. He goes down too. Q9 turn it around, but 98, he goes down too. Fefe, Lucam, and Ryuzao are still there.
Yeah, Lucam goes all the way around. C4 is dropped back in the passage, so they have to come back into the passage. Lucam taking another one, and Ryuzao coming in as a help. Now, J-Way is all the way out here. He's alone. He's got to fight 1v3 and get that C4.
This is brutal because he is being hunted right now. It's almost impossible. Look at this. This is so interesting. They just abandoned the C4. Vincent Gaming has a very different approach from conventional bomb defense play. Usually each player, they would try to triangulate around the bomb to defend it. Instead, they just start to sweep the level, knowing that really all they have to do is try to catch one player coming from one of the possible angles. Now, in this case, you could see, look, right now JY's over the bomb, but he's like, okay, where are they? He's looking around. He's not sure. He picks the bomb up.
Now, the question is he going to go A or B? Now, logic would decide that you would take the long way around to B and hope that VG decide that A is the objective.
VG is going to hold here up at front yard.
Yeah, right next to GR spawn. That's the best place.
Yeah, they're going to wait and see which location is going to be planted, and then they're going to just come in at one angle and try to win with guns over position.
But, I mean, that one angle could be the undoing of them. I mean, just all it takes is one very good spray by J-Way, and all 3, Fefe, Lucam, and Ryuzao, can just drop like absolute bricks.
Yeah, Ryuzao, of course, can spot. Can maybe look for that plant going into the A side, but not going to extend too far.
The bomb is down, 35 seconds on the clock. They could try to come around, but instead they're going to push all the way here through APSG.
Yeah,
some damage dealt there.
A passage is the way. I mean, J-Way had the line of sight. Can he get this done? 1 is down. Oh, that was almost 2.
He's getting lower. 13 seconds on the clock. The defuse should be enough time to get that off.
Hopefully they remembered that they actually need to defuse, because that would be embarrassing.
We've actually had tournaments where someone is defusing, the players all grab each other and start to hug the guy, and his finger comes off the key and the bomb goes off. So got to be careful. It's happened before in competitive play. This time around, we're going to have Q9 again here with the bomb, pushing now over here.
Right up central passage, and that's going to split the map in half and allow Q9 to dictate which side they're going to go, but they might get collapsed in on here because, oh, VG, they did have a nice position, but 2 down. Fefe, Lucam, Mendez gets beamed down here, and it is 3. No, now it is 2 versus 1 versus 3.
If VG's going to lose a game, this is the time it's going to happen. Unless Notsen can really clutch through here. 35 seconds on the clock. He has to kill 3 players and defuse the bomb.
Yeah, that's usually where Q9 has to strike. He leaves a lot of mid-side open. Notsen, see one more from the side, 22 HP.
Notsen, no way is he going to do this. This will be absolutely insane if he manages to take J-Way.
He's got to be careful. Okay, he sees him. He's going to go for the defuse. He's going to fake defuse, try to bait him out. He's going to come out here from the left.
Oh!
And that was crazy. Perfect play there by Q9. I like the unusual angle that we saw Notsen try to come at it to surprise him. He almost actually closed that out, but clutch play by Q9. Q9, again, they can take games off Vincent Gaming. They just have to bring their most perfect play.
I mean, if Notsen was a little bit more patient there, he might have been able to take it, because I don't think J-Way was expecting him to come between the crates there. He didn't expect between the boxes. I think if he was a little bit more patient, he would have been able to take it.
Yeah, also, they're knowing that he's pretty much low HP, he was jumping through it, making sure he doesn't get headshotted immediately. So, and moving into the next round, again, a good trade. Bean has been getting a lot of pretty good kills over into the A main long, but it was just not highlighted because VG, even with that kill, they were just going at it all the time, trading at least a better kill.
Again, a 4v4 here. We don't have any positional advantage here for Q9. They haven't really gone in for it. It looks like they might go into A. Right now, Vincent Gaming's actually disjointed. We have one player stuck in the quarters passage, while the rest of them seem to be hugging up here at B site. But this end may end up working out for Vincent Gaming because B site is going to be where the invade will happen, and they may end up getting hit here from behind. In a matter of seconds, it's going to be up to Fefe to try to curb as much progress as possible. He does have a nade ready. Is he going to throw it now? Because it looks like the attack is now on.
Yeah, that's a nice grenade down into that little channel there, and all hell is breaking loose. We're on board with Fefe. He gets one. Long is down. Solo and Bean is still up.
Yeah, Knotson gave a lot of information that the attack has to be from that B side, but now because of that, he has to make that long rotation into B, which is taking a long time and a long wait for Mendez. He could have actually open fired at least at the member.
We see Knotson now coming up. He might get the jump on Bean here. Whiffs the shot, though. Flash coming out here. Is this going to get him in there? He's actually flashed himself for a second.
Yeah, unfortunately, Solo was there to kind of wrap around. I thought Mendez might have tried to make an appearance there around the back as they were fighting Knotson, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Bean hiding around the wall. Oh, one down. Knotson is the last man standing.
Not going to be enough time to actually go for the defuse, even if he wins that fight, but Bean takes another one down. And Q9 actually surprisingly getting a lot of wins from the blacklist.
Yeah, the first half of this was very much, the first three matches with VG looked unstoppable. Q9 have come back into this. Can they continue to do it?
But the question, of course, also is how quickly can VG adapt? We've seen this happen before already, where it seemed like Golden V would really had the numbers of Vincent Gaming, and Vincent Gaming completely rearranged their play style and came out on top.
Ooh, understanding how aggressive VG can be towards that office side. He picks one more.
It does appear that A is going to be the target for the bomb here from Q9. There is only one player on Vincent Gaming defending this, but there is a push through the middle here from Vincent as well. Q9 may be biding their time a little bit too much here.
Yeah, 1998 though is fine. Solo takes down Knotson. So we'll see if they can continue to capitulate. It is 5 versus 3. Fefe gets 98 though.
Checks into A member and doesn't really strike into that A site, which is a weird shot calling by Q9. I think they should have pretty good understanding of the rotation of VG. Makes a late rotation.
Yeah, they're rotating onto B. Mendez is out of this fight, at least. He is way over in B, while everything is going to start happening in A. So we'll see what happens here. And 2 down. Mendez is the last man alive.
And I don't know if Mendez can take this. They're going to be able to plant. Well, they already have, actually. And I think they can smoke this. It's going to be so hard to imagine him pushing through. And there you go now. Q9 taking the lead 4-3 in what has been a series I think nobody can predict. These guys are playing so well.
Yeah, but Q9, I mean, this kind of happened in the last map on sub. They were ahead when they were playing on Blacklist, and then VG get Blacklisted and just absolutely swipe the floor with Q9.
VG is still having a lot of early strategy where they're looking down on Q9. They're going actively into quarters, into the central passes where you are not really supposed to do from the global risk side. Q9 is still being very passive, just having a low understanding of what exactly VG trying out on this map.
Yeah, VG's movement here has been very abstract. They've got a lot of very interesting positions I wouldn't quite expect here. But this time around, Q9 actually dialing it back quite a bit, deciding instead we need to be a little bit more conservative here with our movement, because if Vincent Gaming is really being this weird with how they place their players, there's always a chance Q9 can simply fish them out, kill them, and then close in later on.
Yeah, Mendez is kind of in no man's land right at the bottom of center passage here. And, I mean, it is very easy for Q9 to wrap around him, but he's already low. It doesn't matter, really. He'll go down anyway. But we see here Lucam is in an aggressive position with the rest of Q9. 3 members here going to push against 2. Mendez is still sitting there in center passage. And does get a kill. He gets down solo, and that is a big kill.
It's now a 4v3 here. The bomb is still not that far from the spawn, to be totally honest. B is completely covered as we're having a sweep here of A from Vincent Gaming. And it looks like they may try to inch in here to A. It's now a 4v4. I think Vincent Gaming may have lost track of where Q9 is. But Q9 is going to come into A. And this is actually very doable for Q9 if they go fast enough. And with 30 seconds on the clock, I think fast is... Oh, my God, they're going to go to B.
Oh, and Fefe goes down. That might just turn things around. Lucam gets Bean. And now there's 3 at center passage. It's 3 versus 3. They turn around. Mendez is still alive. He has nothing left in the tank, but he is still going, and he might just get the drop here.
Look at where Natsun is. He's right on top, waiting for that plant. That's 1, 2 easy shots.
Beautiful play there. Is the bomb just going to get defused?
It should.
Oh, hold on. JY's doing it. Some shots fired here.
Comes buying time for the defuse and gets the kill. Nice rotation and that position right on top of B. You just have to check that spot.
And it is 4-4 again. This happened last time round where we ended the first half 5-4, and it's gonna happen this time round.
One way or the other, somebody's going to take the lead here. Let's see who it does. Really impressive movement pattern there by Q9. It was VG had great defense, but I really like the thinking here by Q9. It's very unusual. With these guys all now flash here, but it looks like they're going to do a hard push with the aggro here from Vincent Gaming, trying to come in here and close down onto Q9. Is it going to work? It seems like it might be backfiring.
Yeah, it is indeed. Central passage, and Lucam goes down. It is 2 against 3. It looks like a collapse is on its way for VG in this round.
And they can just rotate easily towards that B side after knowing that there's 2 left from A only. Mendez, he's got the sniper though. So it's totally possible opening up from the yard side into that B plant. As long as you catch the member going out. Oh!
1 down.
Oh my God, he has like 0.1% HP.
Solo's got 1 HP.
Okay, it's a 2v1 right now. Natsun needs a kill here in between the crates. No! Q9 taking the lead before we switch sides here. The pressure is on for Vincent Gaming. They need to step it up or they are going to be down 0-1.
Lucam ended that half, I think 12-4, 12-6, something like that. He is an absolute monster right now, but second half is on the way. It's going to swap sides. Do you think that VG are going to do exactly what they did last time, where they lose the first half and then win the second half 6-1? Or do you think this is going to be a much closer game? Do you think we're going to go to map 3?
I mean, I hope we go to map 3. We haven't done that yet, right? So far, these guys are seeming to be so evenly matched here. But again, the shoe's on the other foot now. How exactly is Vincent Gaming going to be doing when they have to be on the offense?
We'll see as VG 5 rifles immediately taking out 98. That was an aggressive position coming out into the entrance part of office.
Yeah, Mendez gets J-Way too, and it's all going wrong for Q9 here. Long gets Fefe, but look out!
What? Whoa! Just Mendez remaining here with hardly any HP. Long and Solo on the hunt now.
Long? That's just illegal. Like, that should not be possible. It was looking so good for VG.
And the perfect timing to peek out right after the turn.
Yeah, as he turns his head, he's shot down. Q9 getting further and further ahead now as it is 4-6.
I mean, that was looking like it was signed, sealed, and delivered to VG. And then just an absolute turn of events. Long slaughtering VG.
And this time around, it looks like VG is going to try something a little bit different here, hugging over to the left side of the map at quarters passage. But will they commit? They're trying to abuse the reactions here of Q9. Nades now going down here through the center of the map.
trying to fake out, and it seems like it's going to work at least a little bit here on Q9 because they're taking a very defensive position around B site, whereas A is their target. But we see J-Way take down Mendez, and that is the go sign for the rest of Q9 to try and rotate around. Solo take.
JY's defense is just incredible, but he does end up going down here. The question now is, what can these two remaining Vincent Gaming players do here against the remaining 3-9 of Q9? The 3-3 of Q9, excuse me.
I don't know. Nutsen's ready. He's going to go in, gets one, but Ryuzao is last man standing against Bean. Oh! He gets one against 1998, and it is all even. It is between him and Bean.
Immediate peek into that site. But C4, after knowing that C4 is still down there, both players actually making a rotation into the yard side. Bean might have a better end of this.
This is a critical match here. It can go either way. And it actually goes to Q9. Again, every game's so important, and the fact that that was a 1v1, that's a real blow there to Vincent Gaming. Remember, they won against Golden V many times in these critical 1v1s, but right now, when it comes to the duel, Q9 is on top.
I mean, Bean got the absolute drop on you there, and that was just enough to close it out. It is currently 7-4. VG have to have an epic turnaround in order to be able to win this one, but they are 5-manning over on A right now. This is as aggressive as it will be.
Nades now coming down here as Q9 is going to have to actually back up. It looks like Vincent Gaming is going to get the position here over on A side. Q9 with some decent defense, but right now Vincent Gaming, it looks like they will get the bomb plant.
Lookout gets 2, but does go down to 98, and it is 3 versus 2. 98 is down, Bean is down 2.
I love that. I thought they were going to plant the bomb. They saved it and instead used the guns they had to just more bullets. You know that Q9's going to panic. They're going to run in there, and that's exactly what happened. Vincent Gaming grabbing a win.
Yeah, that was exactly the time where you're supposed to get that plant, go into a safer position spot into that A site, and knowing that Notson just went out says, okay, you're not going to expect an attack right now, and got those 2 kills. And with that victory, yeah, VG should be able to come back. They got the first win in Blacklist.
They need to start the momentum, though, because they need to get back-to-back-to-back wins here if they're going to close this one out. It is 5-7, but this is a very aggressive push again. 5-man push onto A. Ryu goes down to Solo. Solo, Nutson, and Mendez get 2 here. And now it is all going their way, but it is 3 versus 2. Okay, Q9 turn it around.
Oh no, Nutson was out of bullets at that moment where he was supposed to take down Long.
Nades coming down here, 98 and Long, both very low. VG just trying to hold on. Again, the bomb has been planted. They're going to come around this corner. It's now a 2v2, but keep in mind, both Long and 98, very low on HP. Bullet spam's coming down. It's just Long remaining, and he does go down with a shot through the crate.
Mendez take an absolute bow. That is your game right there. He had nothing left and brings it home for his team. There is no way he should be doing that, but he does it. He is 5-2 so far on this map.
Sometimes when you're feeling it, you can get all those wall shots, the headshots just in without even yourself knowing what's going on. Mendez again coming clutch, breaking into the yard side. J-Way, but comes out from the quarters.
Yeah.
That was unspotted.
3v4 now. We have JY coming around the corner. Lucam taking some damage. JY backing up, though. JY does go down as the push comes from VG. Solo now going to come from behind. He could actually get 2 kills here if he does this correctly, but he might be a little bit too slow. Oh, barely clipping him over there, but of course good cover by Ryuzo.
Yeah, Ryuzo actually felt a disturbance in the force, was knowing that Solo was coming around, but Bean.
Lucam versus Bean. Bean with a pistol, and VG ties it up 7-7.
3 in a row.
Hell yes.
In that Blacklist.
Hell yes. This is an amazing series. It could go either way. Again, there was no way for him to reload his rifle. He had the pistol out there. He tried to edge away, but that's when he goes for the kill. He smells the blood in the water.
I mean, there is just something about the way that VG are playing this right now. They are sensing things in the water. And look at this, Q9 trying to take a page out of VG's book, going super aggressive while they're supposed to be defending. But look at that, VG, they instantly know what's going on, and they try to punish as they try to push a nice position onto B.
It's only 98, and Solo can get some more cover from that yard side. But the fact that C4 is all the way down there, VG got a lot of pressure to make that big rotation.
VG getting picked off one by one here. They're actually going to go back down through the tunnel here. It does look like this should be Q9's game to lose, to be honest here. This is going to be so difficult for Vincent Gaming. Vincent Gaming now in hiding, hoping that maybe a moment like this arises where they can actually get some pickoffs here. We're back in this game. It's Fefe of all players. We've seen this guy make miracles happen before, but he's against 3 of the best gunmen here from Q9.
Yeah, and he also has nothing in the tank. I mean, you take a look at his hit points, he's got nothing left. But
if he can go around and assassinate each player one by one, Q9 tends to break up more than Vincent Gaming does in these positions. Vincent Gaming in a 3v1, they group together. Q9 seems to try to cover multiple areas, and that may be a situation that Fefe can win, but hold on. Yeah.
He was looking the wrong way as he went round there, and J-Way is the one to land that blow. It is currently 8-7, and this is as close can get between these two teams.
C4 is now being moved closer to A, but it may end up staying in the mid here. VG went for an ultra-aggressive play in the last game. They may be, well, maybe not as shy this time around. 4v4 is A is all, but VG's to claim here.
Yeah, Mendez is on his own right down on quarters passage there, and he's going to run into 2. 1998 does get the kill. J-Way is with him as well as they push into center.
Yeah, at least this time, so C4 was not dropped all the way back into the central quarter passage. As they know something's up, they did not really see Spot Bean coming out from A side.
J-Way, he does have the drop on them here. He gets down Lucam, he gets down Ryu. I mean, that was a huge wraparound for J-Way there.
It's a 2v1 right now. Fefe's starting to do it. He's Ramboing his way through this level.
Being switched off to the rifle now. Trying to bait off those boxes coming out from the AC.
An ample moment to reload there. Right now, he's going to be pushing here through the middle. Note that our 2 Q9 players are actually coming from behind. If he's fast enough, he can get a plant over here, probably at B site, but I don't know, maybe even at A. Depends on where he thinks is safer. But if he goes to A, he will be going into the crosshairs of our 2 VG players, who are Q9 players rather, who are on the hunt.
Oh, but Solo might just get the drop on the behind of
Fefe might just bait one from the GR spawn and then go immediately to B.
Okay, it's going to be a plant. That's going to put 40 seconds on the clock right now for Q9 to have it. Oh, gosh, great play by Solo. Popping out of nowhere, almost like a jump scare in a horror movie. Ends up killing him off. He'll get the defuse, and that means it is 7-9. If Q9 wins one more game, they have won map 1 on Ankara.
It's too close to call right now. I mean, Q9 easily could take this, but VG definitely have the skills and the willpower to come back into it. So we'll see. Oh, wait, Mendez is instantly down.
Jumps into quarter and takes one down immediately, jumping into the central passage. Now they're lost. They don't have much of a back control. All they have is Loftus. VG, they have to push through B.
Yeah, and we can see the instant defensive posturing here on the side of Q9 as they instantly swarm around B. Office is the last refuge here on this side of the map, but they're going to start rotating down through center, through quarters, and up into A.
This is going to be the hardest push here for Vincent Gaming yet. They're outmanned, they're outgunned, they're outpositioned.
Oh, but Bean looking into a peek. Anyone coming around, but misses the shot.
Yeah, but that gives the instant go for Solo to start wrapping over to A. Actually, he kind of doesn't. He's left his teammates kind of in the lurch here. He has started the rotation, and the whole of Q9 are rotating over to A, but Beam pistols down Lucam there.
And now it's going to be a 3v3 here. It's just 2 more Vincent Gaming players here. Fefe in the back here. JY and 98, both very low in HP. Shots fired. Fefe takes him out. It's now just 98. He's coming. He's firing. He's going to back up. He needs to reload. His position's exposed. Will he relocate, or will he try to actually push through?
Yeah, and he just ate a grenade. That ate a massive chunk of his hit points. Guess what? Against Zoo! 98, you absolute animal!
That was insane. The double kill through the crate to save the day. And that means that Q9 right now against Vincent Gaming, the favorite of this group, is up with a 1-0 lead.
That's oftentimes not supposed to happen. Exactly the reason why you have both players up there is because you can't get that double kill that easy. But VG, 1998, they're clutching it, understanding that should be the position with just 2 members, low HP, getting that headshot, just clutching it at the end.
That was such an exciting moment back there. It looked like they might have had it for a second, but no, just perfect on play. He decided to not rotate back around, but instead to try to push through. And it was like both of those players were just in the same spray vicinity. That through that crate, they ended up both getting hit, and that was a pretty incredible win. And you can feel the tension here right now for Vincent Gaming. This is no longer a walk in the park, probably like they expected it to be. In fact, Q9, with some of the best play in their careers, is giving it to Vincent Gaming.
Yeah, they turned it around. It was looking kind of rough at the beginning, but they did get the better result in the first half of that map, playing on Blacklist side. They did win that side 5-4, and then they win the second half 5-3. So 10-8 there was no means like an easy walk in the park for Q9. VG made it very difficult, but just some excellent solo plays on the side of Q9 helped bring it home for them, and we're on to map 3.
This has been just such a special series with these two players. I love what I'm seeing. We're gonna go to port, and that was just, look at this, there it is. Perfect play.
The spray and pray definitely worked out right there.
And that's usually what you do through the smoke.
Right? You know, it's so fun how everything comes down to the wire here at Crossfire. Right now, it's going to be a continuation of our battle right now with China versus Brazil. Now, Vincent Gaming, they've had so much success in the past. Q9 was, honestly, I don't think anybody really knew where they were going to get here today. They're a strong team, but you know, with Vincent Gaming looking so good, I'm very impressed and very excited to see that they're performing as well as they are.
Yeah, Q9, after watching the first match, I thought they were going to just easily go down against VG, knowing that they are a strong team, but still, Vincent Gaming, they're one of the best out in the world. But after the first match, Bean started to show up from sub-base. Okay, that was up to par level. And then from Ankara, Bean was taking member down one at a piece. So that's really helping the team entirely. As a sniper, you don't really, compared to all the riflers, you don't really have to catch up to the team level as the other members. So I think it's actually working out pretty well for Q9 right now.
And one of the things as well, I just want to quickly point out, Port has not been a particularly strong map for VG today. They did beat GV like 10-7, but I mean, Q9 looked absolutely dominant against GV. Of course, they slipped up in the second half, but they looked so solid. They won the first half 8-1. I mean, Q9 looked really good on Port.
It does seem like, especially on that second map back there, we had the gunplay be key here for Q9, which is not what I was expecting. You know, in map 1, it seemed like no matter what Q9 did, it was really Vincent Gaming that were better at firing. But when it really came down to the wire, specifically in moments when the bomb had already been planted, it was actually Q9 that ended up infiltrating, getting the kills, and then, of course, the defuse.
It was oftentimes just Q9 just clutching it towards the end. Surprised by how good J-Way can actually be. Oftentimes from the Chinese qualifier, he was actually a double-edged sword with the most kills, but with the most death at the same time. So sometimes he can be literally on fire, or sometimes he just goes down to dumpster. But today he's on fire for sure.
Who do you guys think is going to take this now? Is it going to be Q9 or is it going to be Vincent Gaming?
I still have my money on VG, but there is a part of me, there is a tiny little part of me, that doubt in the back of my mind that's like, Q9 have this in the bag.
I have a feeling for Q9 right now because Bean's showing up above par level. He's making those birdie shots every single time he's on that AWM so far, and that's been the problem against VG. Yeah, switching my mind, going into Q9 now.
I'm wondering what Vincent Gaming is saying to each other right now, because they did play very well. It didn't seem like there was a loose end on the team. I suppose they maybe did give the opposing team the bomb site more than I think any of us would have expected. Would you agree with that? It did seem like we had more plants there than your average top-tier Crossfire game.
Yeah, that Ankara game, I gotta say that was unlike any other matches that we had from the qualifier, because
Yeah.
both of the teams, they even from the global risk side, which is a little more common for Ankara, but not that much.
Yeah.
We don't really have that much rotation coming out from global risk side, but both of the teams, they just wanted to reveal no other strategy but to go out all out into the quarter passage and then just take members down. So that was a somewhat of a weird game of Ankara that we had. That's also the reason why we got to have a lot more plant being down.
It seems as though like the two teams, this sounds stupid, but it sounds like it looks as though they didn't really prepare properly for Ankara. Like you would expect a much stronger defensive showing than what we saw. So maybe they just weren't quite ready to face it today. Maybe they were expecting this to get banned out and maybe we get another map through. But we're going to port and this should be a good one. It is the final map between these two teams.
That's right. It is going to come down to one of these two teams. Q9 is really sticking it to Vincent Gaming, but Vincent Gaming's already won one game. Can they come back and dominate? Again, the winner of this map is the winner of the best of 3 here with Q9 versus Vincent Gaming here at the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals. And our game is now loaded up.
Excited to see who will be the first place out of Group A. Already trying out to be A-long. This is really one strategy that you can only do against VG because you know less likely that there will be a sniper. So you're expecting less from the A-top.
That's a good point, G-Clef. They're very rifle dependent, but I think part of the reason why they're okay with the rifles is they can get multiple headshots at once, especially in clustered areas such as this one. Some pre-firing here. I think they've maybe given away a little bit of their position.
No, after checking, there's no on top peeking out at all. It has to be one of the B positions, so getting all those wall shots just in case.
I mean, Mendez does have a sniper on him, but he is out in no man's land over at B. And the rest of his team have got to try and hold off this attack on A, but Fefe
through the smoke?
And he's going to, oh, I thought he was going to get a third. He got the drop there, but it's 1 versus 3. It looks like VG have got this one in the bag, but Bean has been on fire today. He might be able to make a little bit of magic happen as Lucam is on the chase. Mendez with him as well. Ryuzao backing up. Oh, there we go. Lucam pistols down B.
Beautiful play there with the pistols. You can see some frustration over there by Q9. It was interesting to see the bomb get dropped and they just pushed right through there, closed in. No way Bean's going to be able to hang on in that situation. This time around, it doesn't appear that there's any clear agenda for Q9 other than to be patient and not overextend.
Yeah, when you're in that box position where Fefe was exactly, the reason why you throw the smoke down is it's supposed to make you blind and make sure you get no shots actually done. But those 2 headshots, I'm pretty sure Q9 was also surprised that they lost that many members.
Yep. Fefe is an absolute monster through the smoke. And I mean, he has a very nice position now in the middle of sideways. But it looks as though Q9 are going to be wrapping around the bottom of the map, going up B road through the passageway here. They get Fefe. 1998 does manage to take him down. So a big team push happening right now.
Yeah, boost up into sideway. You know there's at least one more A. That's the reason why they sort of poked into B side, making sure there is a big rotation from Vincent Gaming.
They're going to abandon warehouse for now, but it doesn't seem like Vincent Gaming really tried to secure that location. I think they're pretty confident there's going to be several rotations here from Q9. A few wall spams there, not doing too much damage. Again, a 4 versus 5 right now. Q9 with a lot of HP, a lot of manpower here. The question is, when it comes to actually breaking into an area, can they do it? And it does appear that, again, long A is going to be the goal here.
Yeah, Notsen is there in A. He is going to be the sole defender, and the shots coming out might trigger a rotation.
He does manage to get flashed over there. VG still with some pretty solid defense. As one by one, we're seeing their Q9 players get picked off, but there's still a real shot here that they could end up coming in here and taking A.
Jawe still coming in with that C4. Solo does lose that duel in that bridge, so that's still big.
Oh, Long gets Notsen. Oh, Lucam with the triple kill there. 3 kills, and that is another game going the way of VG.
VG is starting to pick up momentum, and I can feel the tension here from Q9. They need to start winning. They have the ideas, they just don't have the execution quite yet. Nades now coming out as the area is being smoked here. We have Mendez firing some rounds here, some pre-firing, just to see if you can't get any extra damage off on the other side of the map here.
When things are working out, the game certainly makes it just becomes so much easier. Everything works out for you. But when the game is hard, when nothing is working out for you, and sometimes you have to solve those questions in the middle of the game within 20, 30 seconds. That's the world-class level that you're looking at right now. If Q9 is not really able to solve that question right now against VG, they will just drop a lot more around because VG has been making a lot better rotation. Even after a rotation, if it's a bait, they immediately go back to their original position. That has been the big play for the last 2 rounds so far.
Yeah, and VG holding a great defensive line right here. You look at that, you can almost put a ruler over it, and everyone is behind that line. Are they going to be able to hold off the push from Q9? It looks as though they are going to be making their way through B Road into B, but we saw this last time where they took a risk. They pushed up a little bit, got 1 kill, and then immediately withdrew, and it doesn't look like they're going to do the same this time.
If Q9 can break into B, it's going to create a very long delayed rotation from a top. So this is actually a pretty good attack if they can manage to break in.
Yeah, it's a big if there. They're in the warehouse. No nades have been chucked out yet here. Here we go. He smoked the area, but they're going to come out here. And again, there's not very much to defend, so the smoke doesn't do that much at all over here.
Mendez goes down as well.
Luca taking some shots here.
Notson gets another as well. It is 3 versus 2.
It's still possible for VG to try to defend this area. The C4 is down. Q9 having a hard time being very low on HP.
Misses.
Oh, you can hear Vincent Gaming cheering right now as what was a tense moment is becoming a giant relief. 3-0 lead here. Q9's doing a good job. They just can't finish it off.
Yeah, that was a 3v5 where Q9 was supposed to win with that opening kill, plus 1 more kill coming down from the bridge, cutting off the backup member.
Well, I think 1998 actually saw the person who killed him. Like, he looked as he was turning around. You could just about see his opponent in front of him. But he carries on turning around, and that is how he ended up dropping. I think if he got the drop there, we'd be looking at a 2-1 score.
Yeah, Lakam just kept up. He kept up with the low HP, survived for such a long time, just kept himself at the B bottom, making sure that the attention is drawn back to him, while the other teammates were always coming in as a backup from the back street.
And for now, we have to wait and see which location Q9 really wants to commit to. You have about a minute and a half to go back and forth and try to smoke and try to bait people out. But again, if Q9 loses this, it's hard to imagine a situation where they just win every game from here on out and get a real good comeback.
And this spotted all the members coming into B entry.
But not everyone. And Vincent Gaming, they haven't started the defensive rotation over to the left, but Mendez gets solo, gets the first. And that is the trigger for his teammates to join him. Ryu Zhao is going over there. We see Luke Count goes down here to 1998, but Bean takes a massive hit.
And Q9 just not able to get any position here yet. It's still a 3v3. We have Long about to come out. This is a predictable position, but it's hard to actually take them out from that angle. And a good rotation firing through the door. 98, the only player that's remaining, and he is shot down with a pistol.
And Mendez gets it, and it is currently 4-0 VG.
And this is looking hopeless right now for Q9. They are just not able to get anywhere anymore. It seems like as far as defense on port goes, Vincent Gaming knows the ins and outs completely.
And Notson's still on A top as long as he's alive, and comes back with Rizal getting that massive kill.
But suddenly it all goes pear-shaped for VG.
It's just going to be the moment. Can he actually pull through? Solo needs to win this for Q9.
He's got all the kills, right? I think he's got 4 kills picked up, at least 3. Against Solo.
Solo gets revenge there, and it is 4-1.
Vincent Gaming feeling the heat. They know they really need to pull it together. They have the lead, but Q9, again, proves they can come back from the dead. That could have gone either way. You know, these 1-versus-1 duels with the two players, these are sometimes the most tense moments because it really can go either way. And each win is just another slot you're filling in until you can actually complete the task, get the 10 victories, and close it out. Here we go. Another spray-down fight here right now. Fefe killing Long and damaging JY.
Fefe plus Knots in there. The duo to actually go on an off angle where you don't really expect an enemy to be. So Q9 was sort of off positioned.
Yeah, Fefe absolutely sprayed and prayed that, but did manage to get at least one kill on Long. And JY is very hurt too, so job done, I would say, from over there.
Well, with Fefe still alive here, that's another gun that can get, you know, who knows, maybe even 4 more kills here. So it's going to be tough. Nades are continuing to come down now, as it looks like A-Long may be the angle they want to take here. 1998 to flank here on the side, but VG seems to be rotating pretty well, certainly to intercept 1998. And I think they're going to abandon this position.
Yeah, Q9 shoots into A at least a couple of times, trying to bait that rotation into A, immediately switching into B with C4 now.
I do want to point out, in the next round, we may see Vincent Gaming do a bum rush again. They do like to do this at least once around here when they're playing defense, is actually do a role reversal and go full offense. Now we have a push, it looks like towards B warehouse. Again, the open ceiling there at the warehouse does allow for some interesting nade play, but this game's gone on long enough. Nade numbers are limited.
Solo there caught a glimpse of, I think it was Ryuzao through the tiny little window there, decided not to engage. And we see here, we're on board with Ryuzao, gets 1, gets 2, almost gets the 3rd. Solo is so low.
And we have Knotson coming out here. Solo goes down, it's just Bean. And Bean has been eliminated. That's 1-5, ladies and gentlemen. And you could see the frustration right now here with Q9. They know they're good. They know they have the play, but every time Vincent Gaming builds a wall, they stop them, they shut them down, and now Q9 is close to being flushed out of this best of 3.
Yeah, Q9, they're trying the default. They're getting all the default positions so far in this first half, but they're playing it very passive and slower compared to all these other matches that they had so far today. So being on good, just Vincent Gaming understanding that's going to be the speed that Q9 should be carrying into port. They're just dominating over with the rotational speed right now. Always having outnumbered, just having a lot more firepower when they need to.
One good thing here is VG have definitely secured the first half as they are 5 up. So the first half definitely goes their way this time round.
But let's see how VG handles this situation. A lot of players in warehouse. Looks like Long and JY gonna bunny hop over in here to mid. And there are 2 VG players completely out of position here. I love how retracted VG is over here, but that could end up just giving Q9 the spot.
Oh, Knotson.
Oh,
Luke
no.
Kaum is also on a tear. 3 kills going their way.
Well, they get into B, but can they even keep it? They're not going to have enough time to plant, I think. We have 4 VG players coming down. No plant. Solo is too insecure in his position to commit to anything like that.
They need to do a lot of pre-work before getting that C4. Now with that smoke down in the back street. They also have to cover B entrance at the same time. So the push coming.
Instantly deleted there. Solo is down. And that is 6 to the way of VG.
Questionable positioning there against the smoke wall. There's, you know that they're going to just completely blast through that location. Maybe it's like because it's so counterintuitive, maybe it is the good spot to try to defend from. But yeah, I love Vincent Gaming jumping into that. So the crosshair is probably not going to be over their character's avatar.
The 4-2 usually you go back into the B entrance, make sure that area is cleared up, and then go for the C4. Because they had some time, not too much, but about 40 seconds to actually do so.
Fefe is down early. Did manage to take down JY before he expired as well.
Basically an even fight, though, a 4v4. A little bit of a strain on the defenders here as they still do have 2 locations to cover.
Yeah, because of the positions that VG is so passively back into the off angle, not really showing up at all. Bean has been very quiet with that AWM, finally switching over back into M4 now. I think that's one sign that VG is really shutting down, that there's make sure no sniping action coming down from Bean.
Now we have, again, very conservative play from Q9. I don't blame them at all, right? They've had so many moments where they just can't quite seize the location. But VG's being pretty patient here. They're really not overextending at all.
I think this is the most patient we've actually seen VG today. Like they're not really pushing any kind of angle on Q9. They're not really trying to force Q9 into a weird position. But VG do have a nice wraparound here if they can exploit the positioning of Q9.
55 seconds on the clock here. Solo taking a little bit of damage.
Oh, look at the read from VG.
Catches the rotation of Solo going back into the BL spawn, into the B road.
And we may have some action here at Warehouse. This seems to be a little bit predictable, though. We do have the standard defensive position here of the 2 crate defense. But they actually just breach it easily. And Long goes down. Solo, can he do the damage he needs to do? 98 coming around here. He's buying quite a bit of time. Vincent Gaming. And Vincent Gaming right now does come in here with a kill.
Knudsen gets 1998 to close it out, and this has basically been a complete wash for Q9. Vincent Gaming just absolutely dominant this first half.
A real loss of hope here for Q9. It does seem like the writing is on the wall here already. Before I can even finish my sentence, another Q9 player bites the dust, as it doesn't matter which role Vincent Gaming is here. This is why they are such a dominant powerhouse here in Crossfire.
Rizal just getting down all those shots coming down from the bridge. Now going into the B side immediately. Takes down one.
Yeah, one going down. Look at the instant rotation here from Fefe, from Nodzane. And they need to, because they're the last 2 surviving. They're going to push into Q9 on B spawn.
Some flashes down here. This is the moment that Q9 might be able to take it, but again, they have to clutch it. It looks like Fefe is going to turn around. Knudsen going to go underneath here, back down through the warehouse. Is this too predictable?
Into the B entrance, but I think this is certainly a better push that they can try, because there are going to be at least a member from B back street.
It's just Fefe now. Can he do it? No. No way. Not in a million years. And that cleans it up on one side here. But Q9 with 2-7, they need to have the best play of their careers here if they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, VG just need 3 more to close it up. But, I mean, the GR advantage on this map, G-Clev, do you think that's going to play a big effect?
Yeah, certainly. It's going to put a lot of pressure. We saw Q9 playing a little too slow, especially when they're making those decision-making plays, making a rotation. It was always Vincent Gaming reacting immediately. And oftentimes when you're doing that from the other side, when the side switch now into the second half, you will just not find any space on the map to actually break through.
I don't know what Q9 needs to do to win this right here. Vincent Gaming is just delivering. And they seem to be much more composed than what we've seen out of anything we've had here so far today.
98 actually into that center passage already. Had a pretty good spawn.
We haven't really seen the bum rush
No,
this map.
not at all. I was expecting that to eventually happen here. But I guess we just don't have it this time around. Maybe they were afraid because of the way that Q9 was playing that last time. They did try it on the previous map, and it completely backfired.
Yeah.
So that was a closer series.
So I think maybe they're just deciding to, you know, play it sensibly in this last game. They do not want to lose.
We have Long here on the roof, but he decides to hop down.
Yeah, boosted up all the way up, but got not much of an information and just had to drop down. Relying a lot, giving a lot of pressure to Bean, who is actually switching over into the GR spawn, looking into the central street, leaving A side open for a while.
And again, a little bit of peeking here at the warehouse, but there's no sign that there's going to be any committal here. C4 is being couriered up here, and I think, in fact, we will have a push into the B site. There's only one Q9 player here defending. It is in the standard lower location. He's actually not on the high ground behind the box, so he's basically hopping and peeking. He's not going to try to shoot down any players. What's most likely going to happen is when he sees somebody come through, he'll call his teammates over. He'll probably chuck another nade here or two. And does he actually see this is coming? JY's not going to be able to get out of here in time now.
Instant rotation from his teammates, but JY gets Luke Count. Can he get another? The rest of Q9 rotating around. He does. And this is JY's game. VG are out of it.
That was some good play, and I think right now VG's being reminded, you better be careful, man. They need to be extremely cautious.
Yeah, Jay just playing it perfect when you're the only man up there. Just make sure you have the flash, stay alive with your teammate coming as a backup towards the back street. Got big 4 kills to start off, that at least showing some signs, some promising signs for Q9 to maybe come back in the series.
A seesaw in behavior here is, I think we may have them try to push into A.
Being actually near the boxes with an AWM.
Very interesting.
Not from A top.
We might have a few more nades thrown down here.
Yeah, sideways here. They're not going to push through to A. It looks like they might retreat back down towards B road.
Q9 needs to have surgical precision here with their defense each time here. Vincent Gaming needs to just get 3 more wins, and they are in the clear.
Q9, though, all the defensive apples here are in the B basket. A looks very, very open. Only Solo really looking into that angle there. And a little bit of a go-ahead here. We'll see what happens. Ryuzao goes down. C4 looks like it might be planted sometime soon.
It's going to be an easy plant by leaving A side open, but I do like the decision. Still bringing 1 man down, having the firepower matched up to a level towards the bridge. Now the retake. How clean is this going to be?
The bomb is planted here. Vincent Gaming is going to try to come in here now. Here comes Q9, some great spray, and it's a 1v3.
Solo wins that A long fight.
Just with Solo and J-Way still here, Lucao.
He doesn't have many bullets left.
10 seconds, he's
Pistol.
up on top.
Oh, great play there by Q9, and they will get the defuse in just in time. Look at that. Beautiful play.
Solo, they're managing to make it happen for his team. Wow, 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 wow.
Solo was solo. He dropped down right after and died.
Why
Solo
not?
in HP.
All right, so what have VG got to do to get a win on this side of the map?
I mean, they need to be able to at least secure the bomb after they've taken it here. But, you know, Q9's doing a lot of damage before they manage to get in. This is similar to our previous game, but in a role reversal here. They just have better defense this time around. And we're seeing, you know, the damage. Oh, this actually might be the game that VG can take here. This is not a bad position
Solo peeked out a
at
little
all.
too much, and understanding where Solo is. 98 also peeked out at the same time, but could not really understand where Fefe was at that moment.
But J-Way is still up. Look at J-Way stats 5-1 right now. The guy is on an absolute mission to get Q9 this victory.
Here we go, into the warehouse. Only 1 player here defending. This is going to be a tall order here for J-White. Now the smoke's coming out here. This should signal that the rush is coming. He fires, he does not get enough damage here. And it's now a 3v1, but Knotson goes down. Fefe and Luke up at half health here. Beat it long, whoa! And nade's coming out here. Can Fefe do this? This is pretty hard. Oh, it's on his right, on his left.
No, he
Oh
cannot.
my God, Q9's doing it.
Q9 get 3 in a row, and the VG's front line is just in complete disarray right now. They just can't seem to get anything to go their way at all.
Yeah, being that drag headshot on top of box was near impossible. That drag was so long. That accuracy is coming up to par. Clutch in a 3v2 situation basically saved Q9's round win there.
Okay. As usual, we're always going to have the peak in the warehouse. Doesn't mean we're going to actually have a full-on rush.
It is 4 going down there. We see Mendez overlooking A and kind of coming round the back of his team, keeping an eye on center, keeping an eye on any of the rotations that might happen by Q9 over to B side. He calls it out. I think he spotted it. And we see VG pull back into that center lane position, the center street.
That's a sign where things might not actually go too well on that round. The smoke does miss, but still being fired. Solo does peek out, staying alive is the key. Might actually switch over to AWM because he's solo.
We do have them going through mid now. It looks like they're going to hop up here, over through the sideway. Is Long A going to be the target? A lot of patience exhibited here by Vincent Gaming, but they have not won anything yet on this side, so we're still waiting to see what they can possibly do.
Yeah, Mendez has also been very, very quiet. Bean goes down to a nice shot there as Russo kind of tries to take a position here. A defensive line on A, and it looks as though VG might just have the position here to hold A site. They might be able to do it.
This is perfect. As long as they can catch Solo coming around from the sideway.
Great play here. Pepe goes down. It's just 98. 98 needs a miracle here, and he has picked off VG. Now, 2 wins away. That was an excellent play. They got in there. They planted the bomb. Q9 a little bit panicked here. They cannot afford another mistake like that.
Yeah, VG looked as though they may have just been the defensive team there. They held A site so fluidly. They got every key position that you can possibly get at A.
And then Rush is coming immediately towards the B side, taking off. J-Way goes down and long. B side is totally open.
Yeah, nuts, and 2 kills already here.
Complete shatter into the defense over there by Q9. Q9 now needs to reclaim this, but it's a 2 versus 3. Now it's just Bean. Bean looking. He was flashed a second ago. He needs to get the kill. Nade's coming down, and it's going to be Bean shot down, giving Vincent Gaming the 9-point lead. That is critical. Again, if you get 10 wins, you have won. Right now, the burden on Q9 is to make it 9-9.
And match point, basically, Q9, they need 4 in a row to tie this one and go to the extra round, which seems very, very tough against the momentum of VG. Slowing things down like the play, as they would love to rush into the B side, which is right now being totally controlled by Q9.
I mean,
members
Q9
right next to the warehouse.
Q9 have won 3 in a row. They won 3 in a row at the beginning, but that was before VG's wheels got rolling. It took them some time to get into this map on this side, and now they seem to be snowballing victories. They won that first one. That looked against the grain. They won the second one. Can they win a third? But no, J-Way is deciding he's going to have a game.
Just insane. We see now just 1 VG player. Surely this is going to be a Q9 win here, and this may be the comeback that allows them to tie this up. Let's see what happens. I can't imagine Mendez wins this. But, not a lot of pressure right now on VG. They basically reached that watermark. They just need that one more win. It's forgivable if they lose this round here.
But I think Mendez hasn't quite received that memo, and he might just want to close it out himself.
Well, that would be the best ending possible, is if Mendez solid snakes his way around this map, killing off every opponent. Yeah.
Somebody give that man a cardboard box so he can stealth
possible.
his way
Q9,
through.
they're coming out. This is a pretty good bait spot from BL spawn. It's not likely you're going to check all the way back here.
Solo's down. Oh,
yeah, no way. Okay, 9-6.
It's getting closer and closer.
If I'm Vincent Gaming, I want to end this as fast as possible.
And it looks like
Get
that
me out of here,
It might just be the case. They kind of bum rush Center Street here. 3 of them pushing right up the middle of the map. And that's going to separate Q9 into 2 very awkward positions. But it looks as though Q9 are deciding to hold pretty good shape right now.
And for those double bait spots right off of the sideway. And like the timing attack for Solo, he's always looking for those aggressive timing attacks. But that's actually right after Solo checks into the sideway, and immediately that's when VG is going to strike into a site.
They're coming through here. Bean spots and calls it out. A couple sniper shots coming down here, but he is eventually mowed down. Q9098 is picked off here. It's a 3v3. It could go either way. Nate's continuing to be littered on the map here. We do not have a bomb plant yet.
We do not. Oh, another kill. VG are going down, but it's 2 against 2. It's 1 against 1. It's Long versus Ruzao. Who's going to get this one? Long drops down Ruzao!
Unreal! They have done it, defeating Q9 in the best series we've had so far here in the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals. And that makes them 2-0, not in this group, putting them on top.
Yeah, and I mean, look what it means to them as soon as it goes down to that. I mean, that was a back and forth last round, but you can see what it means. They're all jumping on each other. They only won the group. They haven't won the tournament. But that is the reaction of champions right there.
It's just one step on that road to victory. They did it. Q9, what a day. It's been ups, it's been downs. Nobody is eliminated yet here, but Q9, you know, they had one big win here with against Golden V, against their opponents here, Vincent Gaming. They had a great showing, but they could not pull it off.
I think that pretty much guarantees them about $100,000 because the lowest they can finish now is 4th. They're automatically in the semifinals.
Yes, basically, and they play one less match on Saturday, giving that a lot less pressure, a lot more advantage of information of what you can gather from the opponent. You'll be waiting a little bit on top compared to everyone else.
Yeah, they're just going to kick it, relax. We have plenty more tournament to go through over the next couple days, but they are in a very good position here. Again, Brazil reminding the world of its dominance as this emerging esports power continues to become victorious in Crossfire. I love it. I love what we're seeing here for Vincent Gaming. Again, they've showed so many different styles of play, and they really do seem to be adapting game by game, step by step. And then there's been so many unique situations. They've won in major duels, they've won in positional play. They've had many moments where it's a 1v1, and they win that duel, they take it.
I mean, there were just some great individual plays on both sides. Q9, I mean, there was some plays where we were absolutely popping, let alone the players down there. But VG, just as a unit, seemed to produce that a lot more than Q9.
Yeah, Q9 until Ankara, it seemed like it was almost possible for them to maybe get a win. But ever since they went into port, it was basically Vincent Gaming under control. Second half, well, Q9, it seemed like they were getting a lot of round points, but still VG, they were able to just close it down with a 10-6 score, certainly deserving to be the first place of Group A.
I look forward to seeing what Q9 can do in the future here. These guys, you can feel the energy. You can feel that they want it, and they almost actually had it. I mean, taking even one set off of Vincent Gaming is no small feat. And we saw how stressed Vincent Gaming looked, losing that game 2 there. But they managed to pull it together. What is Q9's future? I don't know. But I say give these guys some more time. Give them room to develop, and who knows. And, of course, again, they're not out yet.
Yeah.
Maybe these guys win the whole thing. I don't know.
I mean, don't forget, they will be back on Saturday in that round of 6, I believe it is. They're going to be back early on Saturday morning. They have to have a standout performance there if they're going to land in those good money spots.
That's right.
As I believe Q9 will be, with the second place, they'll be going against third place from Group B. Whatever happens from tomorrow from Group B matches. And knowing that, yeah, Golden V will also be playing against second place of Group B.
You can see here our MVP, Vincent Gaming Notazin. Just beautiful play here. This guy, he knows not only how to get his shots off, I love the way he moves and snakes around the map. And we're actually ready for an interview with him. So Ryan, how is Notazin feeling now that they've won against Q9?
Hello, everybody. I am here with Notazin from Vincent Gaming. And first, I just have to ask you, how difficult was that last match?
Primeiro, como foi o jogo? Uma batalha com dificuldade, não foi?
Sim, sempre é muito difícil jogar contra a Q9. O Solo e o Bin são ótimos jogadores e é sempre muito difícil.
It's always a difficult game against the Q9, we guess, but I think we played good and we pulled the game off greatly.
Yeah, you guys had 2 difficult series today, but you came away winning both of them. What do you think is the secret to your team's success?
Então, vocês ganharam 2 jogos, jogos difíceis contra Q9. Qual é o segredo de vocês de ganhar esse jogo?
Eu acho que nosso segredo é a união, a gente acredita sempre em nossa equipe e é uma satisfação jogar do lado de cada um ali.
I think the greatest secret we have is believing in ourselves and unifying as one team and having the greatest time playing right next to each other.
That's beautiful. At this point, do you feel like any team at this tournament can stop you?
Então, você sente que time pode dar uma parada contra vocês? Pode parar vocês de ganhar ou não?
A gente vai fazer de tudo para que ninguém pare a gente, temos os pés no chão, mas então vamos para cima com tudo.
Well, what we think and what we want to concentrate on is that we play on as we did today and try to have no team stop us.
Well, congratulations to our winners once again. That is going to be it for us today. Make sure to tune in again tomorrow for Group B with Lazarus, Super Valiant Gaming, and Black Dragons. We'll see you again soon.
What an incredible day this was here today. We have our results, and you can see this was something else, man. You know, it's cool to see Vincent Gaming dominate, but the games themselves were so exciting. I also really liked our first series with Q9 versus Golden V, where it's, especially in game one, where it looked like it was going to go one way, and then the comeback became very real.
Yeah, Golden V, I mean, we had high hopes for the European team, but we said it before, Europe is generally one of the weaker regions in terms of Crossfire, and they just could not show up, even though they absolutely dominated the early stages of that EU qualifier.
Yeah, in terms of qualifiers, they were pretty dominant, but in terms of the variety of strategy, I think they were limited compared to China and Brazil today.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Vincent Gaming, can these guys get stopped? I love rivalries, and I love seeing how badly both Q9 and Vincent Gaming wanted to beat each other here today. Again, it's not a decider match, but it does impact the makeup of the group, of course. Golden V, I saw them out in the hallway on one of our breaks. I didn't want to bother talking to them as, you know, they're still digesting defeat, but they will be back.
They will indeed, and they'll be back on Saturday, but tomorrow, Lazarus, Super Valiant. Super Valiant then go up against Black Dragons, another Brazilian team, and then Black Dragons will finish off against Lazarus right there.
Even stronger opponents, stronger teams. Basically, first place finish from all the regions in Group B. Expect better actions to see from CFS.
And we're going to see if we have a mirrored situation from last year as the groups continue to develop and we get to see what results we're going to have. It was a Brazil versus Brazil match last year. I would welcome that, but I also would like to see maybe a China versus Brazil or maybe even a German team versus one of the two countries.
I mean, there's a part of me as a European that wants to see Europe just like break through and get the win, but it isn't looking good so far, but we'll see what Lazarus can do tomorrow.
And tomorrow we're going to be back here at the same time as we started here today. I believe on Saturday we're going to be starting a little bit earlier as we have more matches. But if you're joining us here for Game 1, continue to stay with us through this entire week. And I believe that's all the time we have here for our first day. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the Crossfire 2020 Grand Finals.